We are live at a news conference in Madison, Wisconsin that's happening right now. Let's go.
Hi, my name is Sarah Weldon. I currently live in Brooklyn, New York. I was in the Marine Corps for 4 years. I went through 3 months of Marine Corps boot camp. I went through a month of Marine combat training. We were tear gassed. We were shot with metal-backed paintballs. But what I witnessed and what I experienced at the Richland protest trying to rescue those Beagles was more intense than anything I ever experienced in my Marine Corps training. Never in my wildest dreams would I think that I would go through something more violent, more painful, trying to rescue dogs from criminal abuse. I never saw war, thank goodness, but on Saturday, after the tear gas and the pepper spray and the rubber bullets to my hand and my leg, looking around at the people around me who looked like they were dying, there was a tear gas canister on the ground. I saw everybody on their hands and knees. I was trying to cover the tear gas canister with a white biosuit that was laying on the ground, using my feet to try to cover it, to try to protect the people around me, because that's what Marines do. We protect our comrades. Officers, I guess, saw that as a violent action and shot me at least 4 times in my leg and my hand, and continued to pepper spray, continued to throw tear gas. And I just want to know why. What did we do that was so violent that we deserved that much brutality? And why are they protecting the actual violent people who are brutalizing the dogs? We came non-violently. We brought no weapons. We just wanted to save the dogs. We were attacked, and the Beagles still have not been released. We're just asking for them to release the Beagles. That is all we want. We don't want any more violence. We don't want any more blame or name calling. We're not criminals. We're just normal people from normal backgrounds, from all walks of life, all different ages, ethnicities, religions. We just want to save the Beagles. Please do the right thing. You have an opportunity here. Release the Beagles to loving homes. Thank you.
JB, come over. My name is Jeffrey Brown. I am a resident of Dane County. I moved here from New York about 5 years ago. I moved here because I met people from Wisconsin that were great people, that were compassionate people, that were loving people. And I was appalled to know that Ridgeland Farms, this very cruel facility against innocent animals, existed here. I was in disbelief to believe it existed here, in a place that protects people and social justice and environmental justice and supports all the different viewpoints across this beautiful state. 90% of people in Madison don't know that Ridgeland Farms exist because it can only exist in darkness. Right. And we're here to be the light for that. Amen. Yes. I've been in Wisconsin. I invest in this state. I support local leadership in this state. I support Governor Tony Evers. Woo! I've supported and contributed to Tammy Baldwin's campaign. I believe that these individuals have compassion. Look at these photos. They're photos with their own animals. And they know that those dogs are no different. And I want to speak to one dog in particular, a dog by the name of Granger, a dog that the DA just posted on their Instagram 3 hours ago that they're proud to have as a part of the team here in Wisconsin. Josh Call, we know you believe in dogs. We know that you love dogs. We know that you respect dogs, but you need to understand that your dog and Granger and that dog are no different than the Beagles that are stuck in that cage. I am overwhelmed by the level of compassion that we've had here. And I am overwhelmed by the level of support that not only we have had here, by all of the residents around here. And you go across the state and you talk to people and they say, I can't believe that place exists. Why does that place exist? Who benefits from that place existing? Nobody except for the people of Bridgeland Farms. And here's my statement to the people of Bridgeland Farms. You have families, you have children, some of you have pets. You also know compassion. You also know love. We want to work for this to end so we can all walk away and be happy with this. And we can all find a place that we can express compassion and morality. I know it is in the hearts of the people of Richland Farms. I know it's in the hearts of the people of Blue Mountains and Mount Horeb. We're asking for you to express that and show that and be our better angels. I thank you. Thank you, everybody else.
So we'll bring all the speakers up now for questions, so everyone can just gaggle up.
All of us?
Yeah. Anyone who spoke, please just come on up. So we'll take questions. Go ahead.
What exactly do you want to go here?
So we're asking the governor and the attorney general first to just break their silence on Ridgeland. And this campaign has been going on for 10 years. We don't have a public comment yet from them. Now it's been over 48 hours since activists were brutalized at the facility. Still no comment. So first, we just need to hear from you. Wisconsiners are waiting to hear from you on this issue. Second, Attorney General Call could serve a search warrant on Ridgeland at any time. We know that the conditions inside of Ridgeland have already been found by a judge in Wisconsin to constitute at least probable cause for criminal animal cruelty, if not definite felony level criminal animal cruelty. And that is still happening. So just because there's been a settlement in the past for past cruelty, a past settlement cannot cover ongoing cruelty. So there's no application of double jeopardy in this instance. And we need Attorney General Call to recognize that and recognize that he's the only one who's going to have the spine to serve a search warrant on Ridgeland right now, expose the conditions, and rescue the dogs. And we need Governor Evers to tell Attorney General Call to do this.
Once the dogs are rescued, say everything goes according to plan, you mentioned that you have people willing to take them, but what kind of medical care are they going to need? Is there a fund for that? Or
So we had 22 dogs who were safely rescued from the facility in March, and the medical problems that they faced were pretty shocking, from simple things like their feet, spending their entire lives with their feet standing on wires. Their feet are mangled and disfigured. All of the dogs had giardia inside of the facility, so they had explosive diarrhea that we have no reason to think every single dog, given how infectious that is, inside of these facilities is suffering from giardia. That was expensive to treat. They have severe mental trauma. So absolutely, these are dogs. People have to understand these are dogs who have been severely harmed and they do need special care. Amazingly, so many people have stepped up across the country who have been inspired by the courage of these rescuers to run face down tear gas, face down pepper spray. One anonymous benefactor stepped up during what was happening on Saturday and offered to pay Ridgeland Farms $1 million to release all the dogs and close down their business. and Ridgeland Farms spitefully said no. So the money is there from people across the country who just want these dogs to have the safe, loving homes that they deserve. There's no question that if these dogs are released, there are homes, there are rescues, there are vets who want to do work pro bono, there are donors and benefactors who want to cover all these costs. It can happen. We just need Governor Evers and Josh Call to make it happen.
You said 2,000 dogs total, or is that like a rough estimate, or is that like
Yeah,
100%?
as of January, there were still just under 2,000 dogs, about 1,945 dogs, I think was the exact count on a given day in January. We have no reason to think that the number has significantly changed other than the 22 dogs who were rescued last month.
In hindsight, what do you feel would have been more appropriate response from the Dane County Sheriff's Department?
Enforce the law against Ridgeland that we already know that they are breaking. Serve a search warrant on Ridgeland. We don't want to be doing this. We want law enforcement to do this. We're out here because we have exhausted every other possible avenue.
I meant in response to the crowd.
In response to the
Saturday.
crowd, I mean, at that point, you still have a facility that is engaged in known felony criminal animal cruelty, and you're tear gassing people for at most trespassing, which is a minor misdemeanor, compared to felony level animal cruelty that you know is happening right there. So it makes absolutely no sense. The police should have been turned around. They were facing the wrong direction.
I have a question.
What happened to the business owners of Ridgeland Farms?
We have no particular animosity for the owners of Ridgeland Farms. At this point, they have had opportunity to exit from this business model. First of all, they've already, because of the threat of prosecution for over 300 felony counts of animal cruelty, they've already reached a settlement. That means they're surrendering their breeding license, which is the main aspect of their business. So their business is lost. People have stepped up, offering to buy them out of this business. This was not us. That's not the way we necessarily would have gone about it. We don't have that kind of money. But other people have stepped up, offering them again the offer that was on the table on Saturday. As protesters were getting tear gassed and pepper sprayed, peaceful rescuers, the offer was $1 million. So the only reason at this point that they're not taking that offer is spite. But look, we have no ill will against them. We just want the dogs out. That's it.
To your knowledge, what kind of experiments have they done in dogs?
Is this Scotty could come up and answer that question? And can you introduce yourself and say a little bit about
the question.
what kind of experiments are happening on dogs?
So I can speak to what I personally witnessed. I worked there for 2 months a few years ago, and a few weeks in, my job was just cleaning the cages, cleaning the feces off the floor. And a few weeks in, they roped me into this cherry eye surgery. So it's supposed to be performed with a licensed veterinarian. There's no licensed veterinarian performing it. I clearly was not trained. There was no anesthesia used. They just had me hold the dog as tight as I could as they took a scissors to the dog's eye and set the gland, which is not standard either. You're supposed to kind of readjust it. So yeah, that's just one example. And I was thinking, had I stayed there months more, what else would they have roped me into, And I wasn't even in the research building. I was just in one of the breeding barns.
Do you know what kind of research?
Lowell, do you have any comment on this?
What I would like to say about the performance of veterinary duties by non-qualified people without anesthesia, without analgesia, and with the wrong technique. Like you said, they ripped the eyelid out rather than replace it. They also devocalized or removed the vocal cords or severed the vocal cords without proper care. These animals were choking on their own blood after these procedures. Why did they do that? Because you have 2,000 beagles in 2 by 4 foot cages stacked upon each other, and they're loud. It's cruel, and the welfare of these animals is imperative. We have moved beyond that model of keeping dogs or any animals in cages. Their welfare was at stake. They're not cared for well. And the reason they devocalize them is because they're so loud, because they're being tortured. They're seeing their fellow beagles right in front of them, right underneath them, right over the top of them, and they cannot interact like they should. They are social creatures just like you and me, It is the welfare that is paramount, and they're ignoring that. I also have seen a couple of dogs in my practice. You asked their what health they were in. These dogs are damaged, but they're not broken. And they are resilient, and they are loving, and they're kind. And all of the torture that they've been through, they still are dogs. And we all know the feeling of a dog licking our face. And we all know when a dog is happy and wagging its tail. And we see those dogs running around in circles. That is not normal behavior for dogs. You go to a zoo and you watch a fox run around and you realize right away that that's not normal. It is not normal for dogs to be in small cages in confinement. It is abhorrent. It has to end.
Yes. Can I just add something to that? So on Saturday, there were many scenes that were heartbreaking. Innocent protesters, grandmothers being brutalized. There were sheriffs that were conflicted and willing to have conversation and talk. But the most abhorrent scene that we saw was the amount of tear gas that was sucked into those buildings, which meant that those dogs were then subjected to tear gas. Those dogs were inhaling tear gas. And there are individuals here today, me being one of them, that still can't breathe right, that still doesn't feel right. I don't know what's gone on with those dogs, but I know that they have been subjected to the same tear gas that innocent protesters did. Those innocent dogs have as well, and they deserve an immediate wellness check. They deserve immediate attention because they're...
The question was, what kind of experiments are done on these dogs? One of the, by far the most common types of testing done on beagles is toxicology testing, where basically you take 100 dogs and you keep upping the dose of some toxin until 50 of them are dead from the toxin. And you call that the lethal dose. 50% of the dogs die slowly and painfully from chemical poisoning. And it's ironic that dogs inside of Ridgeland are being slowly poisoned to death for things like laundry detergent. You don't need to know how much it takes to kill a dog with laundry detergent. Just don't need any laundry detergent. It's that easy. And the irony that dogs are being poisoned to death inside Ridgeland with chemical warfare, and chemical warfare was used against the rescuers trying to rescue them. So that's what's so upsetting for us.
I would just like to add that it's important to realize as we talk about the pain and suffering that these dogs are experiencing, that their suffering matters to them as much as our suffering matters to us. When they are in pain, it matters to them. They have feelings just like we do. They love one another. They care for one another. They mourn loss. And the suffering that is being inflicted on those dogs is unconscionable. Unconscionable.
One more thing too that I would like to say. These tests that are being performed on dogs are not saving your kid from dying of cancer. They're not saving people in hospitals. Over 90% of tests conducted on animals do not pass human trials. This is barbaric. This is outdated. We have so many other alternatives, such as AI, organs on a chip, so many other alternatives. I can't even think of them all right now. I'm a bit flustered, but this is so outdated. We don't need to be doing this anymore. It's purely for profit.
Would you like to see an investigation? Would you like to see a formal investigation into how police handled this?
Towards wrapping up.
Would you like to see a formal investigation into how police handled this?
Yep, it's a great point. Yeah, Ridgeland's reputation has been destroyed by findings of repeated criminal animal cruelty. They're having a hard time selling their dogs. So again, they have an easy out right now. Josh Call, Governor Evers, we need you to help make it happen.
Yes.
One more question?
Who's the owner of Jim? He needs to go to jail.
Jim Burns.
What's
Yeah,
his name?
we don't want anything. We just want the dog out.
Okay.
One more question?
Do you want to see a formal investigation into police response?
Would you be able to speak to the cherry eye surgery and the vocal cord removal without anesthesia and the horrors that they do on a regular basis like that?
I think we heard that pretty well already. I'm gonna say. Yeah. Any more from the press pool? Okay. We're gonna wrap it up though. So we're gonna now head just up this flight of stairs to the governor's office, and we're asking the governor to take a meeting with us. This is Obviously, the top thing happening in Wisconsin right now, this was a huge unhinged situation right on Governor Evers' doorstep, 30 minutes from the state capitol where we're standing right now. He needs to address this. He needs to break his silence. He needs to talk to us. Governor Evers, we're on our way to you right now. We need to talk. Please. We need your action. We need to hear from you.
We are live in Wisconsin at the Wisconsin Capitol building. You see a massive news conference there, a lot of mainstream media turning out. Now, these activists, they were pepper sprayed, tear gassed, and hit with rubber bullets. Yet 2 days ago, when they were trying to rescue these animals, are headed to the office of the governor of Wisconsin to demand action. And we are live following this as we go. What's really amazing is that, wow, the news media showed up.
Jane, I don't know if you can hear me, but we're about to follow the leaders to the governor's office.
Yes, we can hear you, Mick. If you could just tell us a little bit about how many media are
at the state capitol is packed.
Yeah, and the
So
media
it's
is there, right?
Yeah, so
mezzanine level.
made an extremely supportive statement yesterday. We're very grateful for our Spokane stepping up and calling for. If he's absolutely right, this is violent right now. Francesca Hall made a important statement today. She promised that.
Hi, Jane. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I can. Go
We have
ahead.
a couple of activists here that were on the front lines on during the attempted rescue. They'd like to tell us where they're from and give a few and tell us a little bit about what happened. Can you tell me your name?
Hi, my name is Annabelle. I'm from Los Angeles, California. I was there on Saturday when we were attempting to rescue the Beagles. These Beagles are being criminally abused, so nonviolent activists approached in an attempt to save the animals. We have the right to rescue. These dogs are being criminally abused, and it is urgent we get them out.
Okay. And what was your name?
Yes, my voice is a little bit scratchy because I got pepper sprayed and tear gassed a lot. But my name is Belle, and I'm from Idaho. And yeah, it's horrible that all of these bullies came out with their big protective gear and just bullied us and brutalized us and abused us. When we were so nonviolent, we were chanting, "We are unarmed," when they sprayed us with pepper spray and rubber bullets. And it's horrible because all of these dogs are just rotting away in their cages, being experimented on. And it was really, really, really horrible what they're doing. So yeah, we're just here standing up for them and and it's another attempt to rescue them too.
Well, thank you both. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tiffany, I'd head over to the governor's office. Thank you. Where everybody else
Thank
is
you. We'll
going.
head over there. Okay, thank you. Okay,
So what you're seeing now is
Tiffany.
everybody headed
Yeah,
over to
yeah,
the governor's
she'll
office.
upload it later.
We're seeing everybody head over to the governor's office. This is the governor of Wisconsin, and they are going to try to get a meeting with him. Mick, if you can hear us, bring us up to date. Okay. Mick,
1 second.
Yeah, can you bring us up to date on? Are you right in front of the governor's office? I would get closer to the door. Get as close to the door as you can. Oh, that is the door, I guess. There's the police officers. You see mainstream media there, which is truly extraordinary since mainstream media often doesn't cover a lot of stuff that is happening.
Can I get JB?
When it comes to animal rights. That's the governor's office, the governor of Wisconsin.
Jane, we're waiting for the leaders to request a meeting with the governor.
How many people are up there, Mick?
Is there any update on the request? They say no one's available to speak with you today, so they got your form. They'll be in contact at some point. We have additional forms if someone wants to fill one out. Okay. Let's pass it around.
Can you get more?
Yeah, no.
All right, it
Yeah,
looks
so-
like they're saying the governor's not
Pass it around,
available.
folks, fill
and
them out.
they're-
Anyone from Wisconsin? We're asking for meetings from just take one and pass to other Wisconsiners. I think so. We got Wisconsiners, yeah, all the hands.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So Aiden, they're not.
We're gonna insist, but hang on. Just waiting for.
Sure.
I don't know.
Is the governor not in?
Hang on.
Okay, yeah, came out.
What, Wisconsin? Is JP out there?
Wisconsin citizens are going out to the office of the Everest.
The security officers here at the governor's office said that there's not going to be a meeting today. They are passing out request forms for all Wisconsin residents who want to have a meeting with the governor to fill out. So we'll see what happens then.
Were any pens available to pass out?
Okay. All right. Yeah, thank you, sir. Okay.
And check your spam or your junk file. A lot of times they'll bounce for there, they will come back and understand.
There is a stanchion here preventing us from going into the hallway leading to the governor's office.
Go outside.
Here's the sign at the front.
You guys have any?
Sorry. Let me see.
They've given out a whole bunch of forms for folks to fill out. There are no pens available.
I really.
So we're just trying to deliver a message to Governor Evers. What happened on Saturday at Ridgeland, extraordinary violence unleashed against nonviolent animal rescuers. This is a huge crisis situation. It's in your backyard. Wisconsiners need to hear from you on this. Please break your silence. We need to hear from you. You have not commented. It's been 48 hours since grandmas were pepper sprayed for trying to help dogs. Please, we need to hear from you. Look at all these people. There's hundreds of people, hundreds of your constituents gathered outside. Okay. So get that going again just in a minute. We just want to let the governor's office know we really need to speak with someone, and we're going to be out here until someone will come out and talk to us. We need a chief of staff. We need somebody with the authority to at least get a meeting on the books. This is very important. This is happening right now. It is not unreasonable that the governor speak with us today, given this urgent developing situation. So we need to speak with someone today, and we're going to be outside here until we get a meeting with somebody.
I have one question. For Tony Evers. What's the name of this dog?
Yeah.
Right. What's the name of this dog? Because this dog right here has a name. What's this dog's name?
Violet.
This is Violet.
She's a post-laboratory beagle.
She is a post-laboratory beagle.
She was a mama bred in there for 4 years.
She lived in a cage for 4 years and was repeatedly bred to give puppies that would grow up to be her, to give birth to more puppies, or to be tested upon or sold for unnecessary experiments. Name. Tony, what's the name of your dog? It's the same. These beagles are the same as this dog. And all I'm asking Tony Evers to do, as a great leader of the state of Wisconsin, as someone who is finishing up his term and supporting a beautiful state full of beautiful people, can you be like Tony Evers for us? Can you be like the Tony Evers that we voted for? And be that for these people, and more importantly, for dogs like Violet and your dog. Free the dogs! 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 Okay. Free the dogs! Free the dogs!
There's the sense here that no one is going to leave until a representative from the governor's office shows up and puts a meeting on the calendar.
All right.
We have more beautiful, innocent animals here.
This is Teddy, who also was in a laboratory.
This is Teddy, another dog that escaped the laboratory, another dog that now has a life because of the freedom that he was granted from getting out of a laboratory.
And this is Ellie. She's from Envigo.
Ellie,
Envigo Rescue.
from the Envigo Rescue, another facility in the United States, but that one was shut down. So don't tell me there isn't a precedent to end facilities like this across America. The state of Virginia has done this. We asked that the state of Wisconsin to do this. Nobody in the state of Wisconsin will accept this level of criminal animal abuse. No one wants to do this to these dogs unless you're getting a profit out of it. No one wants this to continue to exist. We want to maintain that we will be here until these dogs are free.
Thank you.
Jane, the crowd has gone silent right now. It's not clear what the next steps will be. What is clear from Aiden's request is that we are going to remain here until a representative from the governor's office shows up and puts a meeting on the calendar. If that's going to happen, perhaps the crowd will disperse. If that does not happen, it is not clear what will be happening next. Perhaps a sit-in.
We'll get you another. So we're turning in a big old stack of requests from constituents asking for a meeting right now. And I think we've got our Beagles. More, we got some more coming in. We need. They're still going around. You can take those ones in for now. Yeah. Oh yeah, we need more blanks. That's right. So are our Beagles back to safety? Because I think we need to keep making sure the governor can hear that we're here and we're not going away. Okay. All right. So free the dogs. 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 Free the dogs.
We all just now saw a dog that was from Envigo. How many of you have heard of Envigo?
Yes.
We've heard it. Boo, right? Let's give them a good boo. Envigo was a facility in Virginia. It was just like Ridgeland Farms, but Ridgeland Farms is worse because Ridgeland Farms keeps dogs stacked in cages. Envigo didn't even do that. And they were shut down for animal welfare violations and environmental concerns. The trenches that we faced yesterday were filled with manure. You want to talk about environmental concerns? Let's talk about it. Why isn't anyone holding Ridgeland Farms accountable the way Envigo was held accountable? Envigo was shut down by the Federal Department of Justice. The Federal Department of Justice has not come in here yet. We are asking the governor now to do something before we get to that point. The governor of the state of Wisconsin has the power to shut them down. And it is beyond time that we need to follow the model of Envigo's shutdown. Envigo had 4,000 beagles that were adopted out across the country. Rescue groups stepped up. Fosters stepped up. Adopters stepped up for all 4,000 beagles. We are talking about less than half of that at Ridgeland. And I know that Wisconsinites and across the country, Americans are ready to step up for these dogs. There are rescues that are ready. There are fosters that are ready. There are veterinarians that are ready, and there are adopters that want these dogs. Governor Evers needs to get these dogs out.
Pass them up. They're coming. More forms are coming. Thank you, sir. I'll get them halfway. Steve, send them your way half. I'll send my way half. Wait forms.
Governor Evers, just come out.
Is there a representative who's going to be coming out to schedule a meeting? We just need somebody to come out. We're not going to leave. They need to come out.
Yeah, if you want to do that, you can do that.
Wisconsin resident.
Yeah. Hey, everyone, just make sure you're writing. We need a meeting today, and we won't go away until we get one.
If we don't make this here, we might not.
Tosh, are you here? Tosh,
Oh, I appreciate that.
We'll get some food. We'll get more lunch. We're going around. Guys, in the meantime, let's keep it going. Free the dogs! 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 Free the dogs!
You can put me on as soon as you want.
Free
appears that
Jane, I
there's a
cannot
bit of
tell if you can hear me among
I
the
can,
noise,
yes,
but
I
I would call
can.
this right now basically takeover of the state capitol very peacefully, but the state capitol cannot function. And as recently as a few minutes ago, Almira Tanner, lead Almira Tanner from BXT, who happens to be here among the crowd, also approached the officers and asked if somebody from the governor's office will be approaching us to set up a meeting. And the officer said no. And Almira said, well, it doesn't look like anyone's going to be leaving until that happens. Of course, there was
So,
no response to that, but we will see what happens.
I mean, how hard is it for one of the many, many people on staff on a Monday to come out and talk to somebody? That would be the obvious way to make this go away. My question to you, Mick, is what will happen if they don't come out and these activists don't leave? So that's the situation right now. How many people who are there? Wow, let me go to one of our other reporters on scene and see if we can talk to her. Tiffany, can you hear me? Tiffany, can you hear me? It's very hard to hear. Obviously, hundreds of people shouting. Tiffany. Okay. Well, I'm going to say that it looks like a standoff. This is a standoff at the governor's office. And if the governor refuses to send somebody out.
Huge stack of papers filled out by Wisconsin residents asking for a meeting with Governor Evers. It's a very simple request. These are Wisconsin residents in front of you. Your constituents are asking for a meeting with you about the issue that is the biggest issue in Wisconsin right now. I don't know how, as the governor of this state, you can go 48 hours without addressing the brutality against your constituents. I don't know how you can go. I don't know how you can go 48 hours without addressing the cruelty that you know is happening in those barns in your state. 35 minutes away from where we are right now. Your constituents want to talk with you. Yes, we do. We are asking for a meeting. It's a very simple request. Your constituents want to talk with you. Please, I voted for you. Please talk.
And there you see requests for a meeting, a stack of requests for a meeting handed to a police officer that then takes it down the hall to another police officer. And they have said, apparently, according to our reporter who spoke to one of the leaders, that they are not going to send somebody out. Now, you know, having gone to state capitol buildings numerous times myself as a reporter, the governor's office always has a lot of staffers. They probably have a dozen, if not 24 staffers in there. So why not send somebody out to have a conversation, or at least set up a meeting to diffuse the situation? That's my question.
I agree, Jane. It's really incredible what we're watching right now.
Thank you for speaking up over the din, Lindsay. What are your thoughts?
I've just been watching this whole thing, and the first thought I had was with what one of the people said, that the governor is behaving in a way that is cowardly. And I had the same thought, so I was glad to see other people agreed with that. I mean, why not come out the whole way that this is being handled? Is like we're dealing with Mayberry RFP, not to be insulting, but how can they treat a situation like this with ignoring these people, not coming out and speaking to them? The one act that they did do, acknowledging what's going on, was to have the policemen come with flowers, but that's so little and so late. I mean, they should have been there with flowers the first day. The other thing that I liked that someone said was the police were facing the wrong direction. And it's absolutely true.
Now, I can tell you that some might say, well, he's out of town. He didn't know. But in today's world, even if you were out of town, you could send a staffer to talk to these people. Obviously, there's somebody in the office. It's Monday.
And plus, you know, there's social media, there's texting. He could send a text. He could get in touch with them immediately. He doesn't have to do it in person. He could contact them, make them thrilled. Meet us now. 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 I just think it's the people
in defense. We can't blame the officers at the front desk. Somebody said, yeah, no. I mean, they're doing their job. They're not in a position to make any decisions. They're just doing their job. It's not, you cannot blame the officers at the front desk.
We have so many comments where people are just outraged and in shock. They're astonished that even with all the cynicism we have now, this is like right in our face. I mean, you hear about it on social media and you always have to take it with a grain of salt because there's so much of this clickbait. But to experience firsthand, step by step, and I've had that honor to be able to be part of this, to see the injustice and see
you out here saying, meet us now. And I want to let Governor Evers know that we will be here until he meets with us. We are not going home. We can outweigh him. We intend to outweigh him. And we had 2,000 rescuers signed up, willing to risk charges, willing to put their safety on the line to help these dogs. And all we're asking for is a simple meeting now. We are here. Your constituents are here asking for a meeting, and we will stay as long as we need to stay for the dogs. Meet us now. 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 All right, we can take a break for 1 moment.
Rebecca asked me to say a few words. We can save our voices for a moment. My name's Almira. I'm the lead organizer of Direct Action Everywhere. And for anybody at Governor Evers' office who might think, oh, people think they can just stroll up and demand a meeting on such short notice, I want to let you know that this campaign has been going on for nearly a decade. And before that, there were decades of torture at Ridgeland Farms. And people in this community and around the country have demanded action from Governor Evers on this issue for years. facility. And that is how we know, it's quite loud, so maybe we can go back. That is how we know what is happening to these animals. And then whistleblowers came forward, like Scotty and other people who worked at Richland Farms, and they shared what was going on. And investigators with the government went inside and found violations. How many more people is it going to take until you do your job?
Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job!
Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your
So, in my first interview at Richland Farms, I was sitting down with Rick Van Domelen, and he told me right away, he was like, would it bother you if you saw a pile of dead dogs when you come into work? And I had to shrug that off like it didn't bother me. He ended up giving me a different role, but I can only imagine what that role would have entailed. Seeing a pile of dead dogs on a daily basis. He also made a distinction between his pets at home and the dogs at Ridgeland. You could tell as he was trailing off, he was like, these are not our pets. They are not on the couch. They are not running around. You could tell he cared, like there's something there. He just needs to see the pets that he has at home as the same as the dogs at Ridgeland. This is unacceptable, and we are not going to stop. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Scotty.
Warwick, can you hear me? Warwick? Well, let me say that this is a very chaotic situation unfolding at the front desk, essentially, the very front desk of the governor's office of Wisconsin. And this is becoming a standoff. So I'm going to mute the chanting for a second, but let's hear more from the whistleblower. Oh, he's chanting. Okay, I'm going to just bring everybody up to date. This is extraordinary breaking news happening. We're bringing it to you live here on Unchained TV. The activists who were pepper sprayed, hit with tear gas, and hit with rubber bullets, many of them, have descended on the Wisconsin State Capitol, held a news conference, marched up to the governor's office, and approximately 200 of them outside the governor's office demanding that they speak with the governor. And if they don't, they're going to stay there until somebody from the governor's office comes out. So that's extraordinary because the governor's office has declined to send somebody out. And so what's going to happen next? This is a standoff. Some are calling it a takeover of the Wisconsin State Capitol building. And this is day 3 of this drama. Saturday was the day that these activists tried to rescue the dogs and were hit with all sorts of tear gas and rubber bullets, and many of them were injured. Yesterday, these same, and that's the leader, Wayne Shung, who was arrested right at the start. After this, yesterday, the activists held a peaceful protest, not trying to enter, but just standing outside the breeding facility that has approximately 2,000 beagles. And today, they are back demanding a meeting with the governor. They've held a news conference that was widely covered by local media, possibly national media. This is a national story. This is getting global attention. It's been on CNN, the New York Times, Newsweek magazine, etc. So we're going to go back now to see what's happening.
Meet with us. 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 Meet with us.
Tiffany, can you hear us? Tiffany, can you hear us? It's so loud there that our reporters, we have 3 reporters on scene. The 3 reporters cannot hear me when I'm talking to them. So we're going to just see what's happening and bring it to you at live. This is all unfolding live. Major breaking news. You see people from all walks of life, older people. One of the criticisms was that on Saturday, when these people were hit with rubber bullets, etc., that there were grandmothers, elderly, senior citizens that were hit, and that there's the leader, Wayne Shung, who is in jail right now, that some of the media was pushed off, some of our reporters, that they were pushed, even though we made a big point of wearing media jackets so that everybody knew that we were media. But because of all this, these activists have said enough, and we're going to stay here at the governor's office, the governor of Wisconsin, until something is done. You can see how packed it is. There are tons of people there. We have various cameras, and it's really an extraordinary situation. I'd say it's fair to say that this is Androlite's history in the making, as these activists refuse to leave until somebody from the governor's office speaks to them. There you see the law enforcement that guard the governor's office, very quiet. Listen, whatever you say, it's not their fault. They're doing their job. They have no authority or ability to let anybody in, and they're handing out more and more applications.
Yesterday was my first time in my life that I ever inhaled tear gas. Was it anybody else's first time here? This is not a group of soldiers. This is not a group of people who came for war. This is a group of people who came with love in their hearts and flowers in their hands to save these dogs. Now, while we don't have the dogs like we had intended, we have done something very powerful that really is unfathomable these days. And we found an issue that united people across the political spectrum. In this extremely divisive time, we have people from right and left coming together to say this is something we can all agree on and we can all get behind. And that being said, I have something that might be controversial with people who have already inhaled tear gas, people who have been hit by rubber bullets, people who have been maced in the face. And I hope this isn't sensitive, but I have love in my heart, not just for the dogs in Ridgeland, but also the perpetrators of this abuse. I can only imagine what it was like, how it hardened their hearts to be harming dogs year after year for decades. What does that do to the human spirit? What does that do to the human soul? whatever their motives, we are all human, and it's sad to me. It's sad to me. But at the end of the day, we need to get those dogs. We need to get those dogs. I feel bad. I had a goal. I knew, like all of you, that I was ready to hold, in my mind, I was already holding the dog, right? So many of you, right? I could feel the fur already, right? I was so ready. How many cars have carriers ready, right? 4 crates. 4 crates. You all were ready. This amazing group. They're here right now. They're still ready. So we are still ready. And what I'll say is that if I were a betting person, every single day that these dogs spend in confinement, in this incredible torture, developing welts on their paws, living in cages, spinning around in circles, getting these awful surgeries without anesthesia, every day is an awful day. But when I think about the resilience of this crowd versus the resilience of the people at Ridgeland Farms, my money is on this group to get those dogs out of there as soon as possible. Are they going to meet with us?
Yeah, meet with us. I voted for you. We want action.
Governor Evers, what do we want? Meet with us. 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 Meet with us.
with us. Meet 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 with us.
Thanks, everyone. Woo! We're not leaving, but I know everyone's voices are tired. I'm quite surprised that no one from the governor's office is willing to talk about this. I think that's really so we want to just rest our voices. We're still here. I suggest we can sit down calmly, just like we're going to take a little break and just recover some energy. We're not going anywhere. We're still waiting for a meeting. We're still working on getting that request up the chain in different ways. Obviously, the main thing is that we're here. So just go ahead and you can sit down on the stairs, get some water. Forms are coming up. Yeah, they're coming. That's okay. Forms over here. Pass them around that way. Thank you. Yep.
The governor.
Yeah. So while we're taking a little break, everyone, excuse me. While we're taking a little break, now's a good time to go on social media, tag the governor, tag the AG. We got some calls to action on the page. Like, I think there was a live stream of this. You can find phone numbers and everything like that. Is that right, Elmira? She's gone. Okay. Well, we'll get some. If you can't find them, we'll get that announcement really fast.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and during this time, if anyone wants to make any comments, please come on up.
So this is very
Yeah,
interesting.
this could be a time to feed your meter. Let's do it. We're here.
This is a
minute by
standoff.
minute.
Okay.
He said
Okay.
they're
I've got to go feed
They're
my
at the
meter.
governor's office. You see the police officer there. They've asked somebody first they asked the governor to come out. And that was a no. Then they said, you have to fill out forms. So they've been filling out forms, hundreds of these protesters. Then they said, anybody from the governor's office, that would do. Nobody from the governor's office has come out. So now they say they're going to stay there for the duration. So yes, this is animal rights history in the making because we don't know what's going to happen. We are live at the Wisconsin State Capitol building. They are right outside the governor's office right now. And these activists are upset. You could say this is animal rights history in the making because many of these activists were hit with tear gas and rubber bullets as they attempted to rescue the dogs 2 days ago, Saturday. Go ahead.
Hi, Jane.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Go.
Sorry.
Hi, Jane. We have an activist. What is your name?
I'm Tyler Gardner from Columbus, Ohio.
And what brought you out here?
I learned about Ridgeland about a month ago. I didn't know anything before a month ago, but the story compelled me. I had to come out here. I had to show support. I had to do what I could to help show support for these dogs and help get them out and be amongst the community, the animal rights community, and help get these dogs to be free.
day of action?
I was helping with the music. We had live violin, live piano to try and support and spread good energy while the other activists were trying to breach the facility to rescue the dogs. My hope is that the governor
She's my leader. Emily. It's Emily. Emily.
We're gonna start.
I don't know if you want to or not. Okay, wave like this. Okay.
Spread the word.
Jane, can you hear me? Jane, can you hear me?
Jane,
Okay. So go ahead and tell us where you're from.
I'm from right here in Dane County. I live here. I have 2 beagles. I rescued a lab research beagle a year ago. Gracie, who was our little one here. Charlie here is 7 years old. He doesn't come from the same background, but Gracie did. She did 4.5 years of lab research. We have spent a year with her. She is the best dog ever. We have loved her dearly. She is a very sweet dog. She loves every person she meets. Everyone that meets her wants to take her home. She has gone through unbelievable trauma. It has taken a year for her. She still does some spinning. She couldn't eat when we first adopted her. She was suspicious of food, anything we tried to feed her. She was about 4 pounds lighter, and she's a little beagle. She's about 15 pounds. She is just the best dog. These dogs at Ridgeland do not deserve what is happening right now. It is absolutely unbelievable, unfathomable to me that right now Governor Evers, that no one in Wisconsin here is doing anything to enforce the animal cruelty laws. I don't understand it as a resident of Dane County. I'm a Wisconsin resident, and this is just unbelievable to me that so much cruelty is going on right here in Wisconsin. The world is watching right now, and nobody is doing anything about this. Governor Evers won't even come out of his office to talk to us. This is basic to me. I'm a resident. I'm not what I would call an activist. I'm just a common citizen here in Wisconsin watching abuse happen, and no one is stopping it. I would like to know why. I don't understand. I really don't understand as a resident here why they are not listening to us and why nothing is being done. Please do something about this, Governor Evers. We need you right now. Sorry, this makes me really emotional.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Tiffany, let me ask you a question. Obviously, at a governor's office, there's got to be dozens of staffers. Do you have any idea why they wouldn't send some staff around? Who knows whether the governor's
not
even in
one.
that office?
Not one staff has come out to greet us. All we're dealing with is the deputies here, or the court deputies. Not one person has come out here to take the letters, to address us and say that the governor's looking into it. Nothing. And people and activists are starting to sit down. I think they're just gonna stay here until the governor or a representative comes out. It's really, there's hundreds of folks here. I don't understand why they couldn't at least send.
Scotty.
The president. Okay. And hey, do you want to say something?
Oh, sure. Yeah, he's right there. You can do him first.
Okay. Jane, we have excuse me. We have whoops, sorry. We have an older gentleman here that was injured injured on Saturday. Would you like to tell us, what is your name?
My name is Scott Wagner.
And where are you from?
I'm from Sacramento area, Folsom, California.
From Sacramento. And I see you're on crutches today.
Yes.
Can you tell us what you were there on Saturday?
Yes, there was a hole in the fence and our leaders asked us to breach. And so I breached. And as I came through the fence, 2 officers threw me down on the ground and injured my right knee area and my arm, and tried to, pull my hands out from underneath me in order to handcuff me. But at the same time, they pepper sprayed me and they tear gassed me. And there was a billow of tear gas around me so that I couldn't see anything, and I couldn't breathe because they used their knee to leverage against my back. And so I could take like a half breath, but then as I took the half breath, I was just breathing in tear gas. So there was about 20 seconds there where I feared for my life. And I was screaming that I couldn't breathe. And I screamed that I was older. I'm 67 years old. And I know if I'd had a bad heart, I might have gone at that point. I was just lucky that I was healthy. The officers did let up at that point. And at that point, I was treated normally and had decent communication with them once the tear gas cleared and they recognized what the problem was.
And where did they take you after this happened?
They took me to an area where the dogs reside. So about 30, 40 yards away around. And we were there for about 4.5 hours. I had tight handcuffs on, which they refused to release. And I had hurt around the wrists. But I'm okay. I mean, it wasn't permanent damage or anything. Yeah.
And you could hear the dogs where you were?
Yes, and that was really, really difficult because by that time we knew that we weren't going to be able to get in and retrieve any of the beagles. And so my heart was broken, and I listened to those beagles for hours, just barking, barking, barking the way they do. Really hard.
And how are you feeling today?
It's a mix of things. I mean, I'm really grateful that the public is responding, and that we have public officials and candidates that are responding positively. The damage was atrocious. Many people suffered more than I did, and there was a preponderance of violence. It was inappropriate use of violence against us. We're nonviolent, and we knew that. They knew that. All they had to do was grab my arm and say, "I hereby detain you," and I would have just stood there, Instead, I was treated like I had just murdered somebody on the subway and was fighting them or something. And so I'm angry. I'm sad that we didn't get into the dogs, but I'm hopeful that we'll be able to use, public pressure to pressure the officials to do the right thing, to enforce the regulations that they already know were violated.
Saw a doctor. You went to the ER?
I did, yeah. Yeah, I did. And I've consulted an attorney. I think, we have a civil suit possibility. We have a criminal charge possibility. A criminal charge has to get through an attorney general, which can be problematic. Normally in these cases, I have a lot of experience with police brutality, unfortunately, not personally, but in advocacy. Normally in these cases, the answer is a civil suit where it's just a no-brainer for juries to convict.
Thank you. It's just unbelievable. Can I ask you your age again? Do you
Yeah,
mind?
I'm 67 years old.
67 years
Do
old.
you have any sense that these officers had body cam footage? Because that could be very significant if you filed a civil suit or any kind of legal action.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Do you know if the officers had body cameras? Because that would be helpful if you if you take any kind of legal action.
No, I don't. We certainly had very good film of what happened to me, though. That's for sure. Very good film. Numerous films. It's on TikTok. It's available for people to look at.
Okay.
It's pretty shocking.
Are you willing to stay there as long as it takes to get somebody to come out from the governor's office? Like, obviously the governor's office is not empty. It's a Monday working day. There's got to be at least a dozen staffers in there. Even if the governor himself is not there, What do you think's happening behind those closed doors in the governor's office? You think they're having like a crisis meeting?
I don't mean to be negative, but it's very unusual for not to even bother to send a representative out. That's not a good sign. That's just my opinion, though. I don't want to speak for this organization or the movement. In my experience, that is, an attempt to just hope that everybody dissipates. And I don't think that's going to happen. We're pretty determined here.
So you're going to stay as long as it takes? I mean, if 5 hours, you'll stay?
I don't know if I'll be able to, but I know that this crew will be here and I may come back to do it. I've got to leave and I can come back.
Got it. Wow. Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking the time to explain, and amazing that you showed up, even though you're in crutches right now, after what happened to you. Oh my gosh, this is extraordinary. Yeah, Free the Beagles is what the general theme of this all is. Tiffany, if you could continue going around, you're doing excellent work as our Unchained TV reporter. We're taking turns because we don't want anybody's battery to drain out. So we have 4 reporters. So you're the reporter right now. So give us a play-by-play. How many people are there? What's the latest?
It still looks like there's about a couple hundred people here, and people are sitting down, starting to sit down now, and just kind of hunker down for how I believe people are going to stay here. Oh, I have someone here that wants to talk. Remind me your name.
Heather McNally.
And where are you from, Heather?
I'm coming from Boulder, Colorado.
Wow, you traveled a little ways.
Yeah, I really love dogs, and I've never done anything like this before. I've never been tear gassed before, but once I learned that this is happening and that dog experimentation is still going on, that these horrible conditions are happening in our country every single day, I just had to come and try and get them out. They are the most lovable creatures you can imagine, and for us to do this to them is completely unacceptable in this day and age.
And how willing are you to stay here? How long are you willing?
As long as it takes. I'm not giving up on these dogs. They're in my heart now. I'm not giving up on them. They can tear gas us. They can rubber bullet us. They can try and wait us out, but we're not going to stop. We're here. We're here for the long haul.
And what's your take on why the governor, or he's not sending a representative out to speak with us? It's been silence, even with several hundred people here. What do you think's going on behind closed doors?
He's probably afraid. Ridgeland has ties with, there's a lot of corruption going on. I'm sure he just wants to keep making his money and look the other way. I don't know what it's going to take for him to come out, but we're not going to stop. So yeah, he needs to come speak with us. The more people that know about this, we're a dog loving country. They are our beautiful companions. So I think the more people that know about this, the more pressure he's going to get. And he's not going to be able to ignore this anymore.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
And hopefully he'll come out sooner than
I hope
later.
so, yeah, but we'll be here.
But you're ready to hunker down.
I'm ready. We have snacks, we have water, we're ready.
Okay, well, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
How many people are there, and what is the mood, Tiffany?
Everyone seems optimistic. They're hunkering down. I don't think they're on their computers or making signs or filling out forms. People are just hunkered down. I don't think they're going to go anywhere. I think they're here for the long haul. And it just seems so simple.
We came from 22 hours.
Okay, I have someone here that drove 22 hours to show up for these cups.
22 hours, me and my sister Linda.
Where are you from?
Salt Lake City, Utah. And she has her pickup all ready to haul dogs back. She actually is a dog, she has a dog business, Doggy's Big Day. And we are fully ready to take a truckload of dogs back. We actually have got a handful of people that are begging to be able to adopt one. And
We were heading back this morning, but then we heard about this and decided to stick around if there's still hope of getting.
Don't want to go home empty-handed if there's a chance we can take some dogs back. Yeah, we were brutally attacked also.
Oh, tell us what happened. Please, tell me what happened.
So I'm on the red team, and I can't remember which side of the area we went into.
The lower side, whatever
Okay.
that is.
So they were rolling the hay bales away, and I got behind there, and there was a cut in the fence, and so I had my Ray-Ban AI glasses on, so I actually have this all on video. But I reached in through the fence and put my leg through to see if I could get through, and the tallest guy dressed all in black, and he had a full gas mask on. He put something on my head, and then it just like drenched me. And
pepper spray.
Yeah, it was pepper spray. I didn't know, but like I thought that he had lit me on fire, and I ended up ripping my clothes off because I thought I was on fire. Nick carried me to safety. He carried me through the moat, fell in the moat. Some people helped him up, carried me to safety, and held me as I screamed and cried until I could calm down enough. And then he went back to help more people. I spent 4 hours getting saline washes and burn ointment applied to my face. And it was about 4 hours before I was able to open my eyes. And that's because Chad, the EMT that let me sit in his, Craig, the EMT that let me sit in his vehicle, he finally got me out of the vehicle and is like, I'm just going to do some tough love here, sweetie. We got to get your eyes rinsed because it's getting concerning. It's been so long. And so he held me down. Some people held my eyes open and they just poured saline wash in my eyes for, I don't know how long, a long time. And it eventually, I was able to open my eyes. I thought at that point I was okay. Thanks. And also the nurses were amazing because they just kept applying burn cream all over my face because it was actually boiling up or whatever, blisters. But they had applied enough burn cream that there wasn't lasting burns. We got to the Capitol building because I thought I was good at this point, and I started throwing up and dry heaving. So we ended up in the ER. Everything's checked out fine. They did all the tests, EKG, labs, blood work. They tested my eyes. They said that I'm going to be fine, but they warned me that when I go to take a shower to be prepared for more pepper spray. And so we got back to our hotel at 4 a.m. I got in the shower and it was like I'd been hit with another round of pepper spray, and I was coughing. I thought I was going to cough up blood this time. And I just stayed in there in so much pain all over again. Not as bad as it was getting it right directly on my face, but it was very intense. And I just stayed in there for an hour, continuing to shampoo and wash, and it finally subsided. And now my lasting effects are I'm losing my voice and my throat hurts really bad. And I tried sleeping last night and had a hard time because I would wake up throwing up, and I spent a lot of the time in the bathroom throwing up. So, but they said that everything checked out good and gave me medicine. So yeah, but we do not want to leave without puppies. We are prepared with puppies. We have homes, people that are already signed up to adopt them. So yeah, I sent him
You were going to bring back to.
Yeah, I sent the link to him. Yeah.
22 hours.
22 hours. Yeah. And we picked up our hippie nomad buddy Falcor along the way.
Oh, I know him.
Yeah, everybody knows Falcor.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
You know, I think something that's really important to remember is that even though like the things that she was experiencing firsthand are what the dogs have been experiencing
all the time.
all the time. That's what they do with these dogs, is that they pour chemicals on them. They pour them down their throats. They pour them on in their eyes so that they can test them to see, I don't know, what what the risks are. They just do this over and over to these dogs, and it's wrong. It's completely wrong, and it's unnecessary. And that's why we're here, because we've been trying for years to get the proper authorities to do something about this, and they're not. And I told somebody, if my neighbor was doing to their dog what this farm has been doing to those dogs, and the authorities weren't doing anything about it, better believe that I would be breaking into my neighbor's house and getting that dog out, because it's wrong. And if authorities aren't going to do it, then we have a moral obligation to help these poor animals. So that is why we're here. We have been trying to get the authorities to do it, and they have not been doing it for whatever reason.
And what do you think today about, there's no response here. Has anyone come out to say anything?
Nobody's come out. This governor could end this in the drop of a hat. He's the one that can say, shut it down, go get the dogs, get them out. Their congressman, we're from Utah, so this isn't our congressman, this isn't our governor, but their congressman, Mark Pocan, has said that this is a disgrace and that we should get those dogs out. But the governor's not doing anything about it. The sheriff, he's the one that authorized his people to use tear gas and pepper spray and rubber bullets on the rescuers yesterday. Instead of helping those dogs, which the day before, Saturday, instead of defending the innocent animals that are in there that are receiving felony cruelty, animal abuse, instead of defending them, he is defending that property. And he's more concerned about us breaking through fences and breaking down doors to get the dogs than he is about those lives that are in there that are being tortured. So why? I don't know. I would guess money and power, but I don't know.
What's your take on, even if the governor doesn't want to come out, why they're not sending a representative or someone out here to say something?
It's a good question. I don't know. I really don't know. It blows my mind. These are elected officials, and this is what their constituents are wanting and asking for. This is the biggest news story in Wisconsin right now. Why they're not responding to it, I don't know. I don't know.
Do you think they're having some sort of meeting behind closed doors?
Well, I certainly hope so. And I certainly hope it's not a meeting about how to get us out of their hair, but how to address the situation.
I'm worried that he has a secret out, like a secret hallway to get out, because I would believe most of them do, and he's not even in there. That's what I'm guessing. I don't believe he's in there. I don't think he's in there.
But I could still send a representative
He could.
out, right?
He could.
Yeah, they could talk about this. They haven't even said anything about this. This happened 48 hours ago, and they haven't said anything.
There hasn't been any statement from.
No statement. Nothing. Just completely ignoring it. Why? I don't know. I don't know.
Well, thank you both.
Yeah,
and I hope you're going to be okay.
I am.
And take care of yourself. And hopefully you'll get some.
Voluntarily let that happen again. But if it saves any dogs, if I get any dogs out of there and take home, it was so worth it. Like, that was the most intense pain I've ever felt in my life. And I've given birth.
And it was tear gas.
He put his hand to my head and released. Yeah.
Thank you both. Thank you.
Press conference with the Board of Supervisors, where there'll be the Dane County Board of Supervisors will be announcing that they're launching an investigation into the sheriff's conduct on Saturday. It's going to be here at 4 o'clock, so we're staying at least that long. Got some snacks on the way. If you need to go refill your meter, you need to go grab.
So if you could hear what the gentleman was saying, he's one of the head spokespeople for this action. He's saying that they are going to wait, and they're going to have one of the assemblymen come and speak that are on the side of the activists. So they're going to be there until 4 o'clock. That would be Central Time, and we are in Pacific Time. So you can see they plan to be there quite a while. They're actually brought snacks and drinks, etc. And we're apologize. We think someone's going to speak now. Let's see what's going on.
Hi, Jane. We have
Max Broad.
Max
Broad
Broad from, and where are you from, Max?
from DC.
From DC. And can you tell us what's going on here today?
Yeah. Hi, Jane, and hi, everybody. So, I'm out here from DC, really concerned about these dogs. Obviously, we tried to rescue them. Now the venue has shifted. We weren't able to get the dogs by freeing them and rescuing them. And obviously, the law enforcement has not been helping. In fact, they've been thwarting our efforts to save these dogs from this immense suffering. So we're bringing it to the highest office in Wisconsin, the governor's office, and we're out here. We're people are spread out across the floor. We've been chanting. We're in the Capitol building right now, and we're here. People are angry. They're angry that these dogs are being hurt. They're angry that we're being hurt, and that the whole system just is so backwards that we aren't in a place to stop this immense torture. So, we've been out here for about an hour and a half now, and I'm hopeful that we're going to get a meeting with the governor. Who knows what he'll say? It's a big question mark. But the point is that the venue has shifted from going into Ridgeland to taking this to the political stage. Let's see where it takes us.
Can I ask a question, Tiffany?
Oh, sure. Yes.
This is Lindsay Baker. I'm co-hosting with Jane right now. How many people are there, would you estimate, that are actually there? I saw rows of people. Sorry.
How many folks are here, do you think?
Yeah, do you want to show them? I mean, there's dozens at least.
Okay.
Yeah, dozens of folks that are just, they're here for the.
Outside? Are they inside?
Do you know a number?
You don't know.
Hundreds. I think they're.
Yeah, easily 100, 150 people, no problem. And earlier we had a press conference in the rotunda, in the Capitol Rotunda. It was an amazing sight with just people holding their signs saying "Free the dogs," spread all around the rotunda, and the press there with multiple cameras trying to capture this historic moment.
Right, it is history in the making.
Do you have any idea what? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tiffany.
Do you have any idea what might be going on behind closed doors right now, or what your opinion is? Do you think they're going to come out and address us?
Yeah, it's anybody's guess, but right now Governor Evers is doing a political calculus, right? He's like, do I go out and address these people who came to rescue the dogs, or am I going to stick with the status quo? And there may be some strong incentives for him to stick with the status quo. The Wisconsin is a big agriculture state. Maybe there's a lot of alliance with the ag folks and the dogs as like an ag group. Who knows? But also, he's a lame duck. He's not running for office again, and so he's not as he may have the liberty as a politician to speak out on the side of the public consciousness and as just general morality to do the right thing. So I'm sure he's weighing these options right now. This is probably one of the biggest things that's being talked about in Wisconsin these days. And so we've done our part of raising this to be a big issue. Now it's time for him to take a hard look at this topic.
How long willing to stay today?
I think folks are very determined. People are upset that we got smacked with tear gas and pepper spray, rubber bullets, and just really thwarted from the just really intense tactics from the authorities. And we want a way to feel like we're making a difference for those dogs, because it's on all of our minds that every day that those dogs are in there, it's more suffering.
Can I jump in with another question?
Oh, sure.
Will there be any, between now and the 4:00 meeting that you're anticipating, will there be any other activities that you know about right now?
Well, we're currently waiting to hear back on whether folks will be released from jail. There's still 5 people in jail as far as I know. And so it's a question of, will we be greeting them as they get out of jail, which is just down the street from here. So it's convenient. We may be going there. So we'll see about that. And then also, paying attention to Attorney General Josh Kaul and, thinking about, are we going to go to meet with him as well? given that, you know, he has the power to prosecute Ridgeland and make the enforce the laws that are causing these dogs to be harmed. And hopefully getting him in the position to free these dogs.
Thank
Do
you.
you have anything else?
The last thing I'll say is that, oh,
It's okay whenever,
Go
but
ahead.
go ahead, Tiffany.
the last thing I'll say is that, you know, the meeting at 4:00 with the Dane County supervisors is really important to me, as I think it very much flips the narrative of us as the violent ones, which the Dane County sheriff has been promoting, that calling us violent, to, you know, really putting the spotlight on the authorities and their excessive use of force, as they really should have been there, not fighting us, but helping with us. Somebody earlier said at the press conference that they had their backs turned the wrong way, and that the authorities should have had their backs turned. You know, the authorities should have been facing the facilities that were harboring these dogs.
Absolutely.
Lindsay, anything else?
I have a question. Frankly, I've just returned from walking my dogs because we've had total team coverage all day. But my question to you is, there are those who were injured who just said they're going to seek a legal recourse. Are you calling for an investigation into the use of tear gas and rubber bullets against the protests, against the rescuers?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, you know, that's not something that I can really speak to in depth, but I do know that folks are exploring all channels. And, you know, to me, what it really comes down to individually is what's going to get those dogs out of harm's way as soon as possible. Of course, we're all upset. You know, I've never been tear gassed before. It was awful to breathe in tear gas. And people were received it much worse than I did, and maced. And so I know people are really upset. And at the end of the day, I think the guiding light is, how do we stop the suffering and get these dogs into great homes?
Thank you. Thank you so much. So you're saying that there are 5 people that are still under arrest, including the leader of the entire open rescue movement, Wayne Shung. Do we have any idea? The New York Times reported that he was charged with burglary. Do we have any idea of what's happening with him? There's also reports that he's been interrogated by the FBI, which all of us wondered, well, if you're charged with burglary, why would the FBI investigate you for burglary? It seems like something else is up.
Yeah, it definitely seems like the FBI has taken an interest in Wayne, as he's reported that they interrogated him when he arrived in the jail on Friday or on Saturday. And so, you know, it definitely has elevated to higher levels of government. But at the same time, this issue has elevated to higher levels of government, the federal government taking interest in this, with members of the Trump administration speaking out, and the broader Trump and MAGA movement condemning this cruelty. So, you know, it's curious to me. I don't know which way it's going to fork. And it seems like we're getting hit from both ends right now.
Interesting.
Can I just comment, Jane, on something someone wrote to me, that the FBI got involved when they organized across straight lines, and that's why the FBI was involved, apparently.
Oh, okay. Well, yes, I think the FBI can come up with reasons galore when they want to. It's just interesting that the New York Times said that Wayne Shung was arrested right at the start of this event, basically decapitating the leader. This is him being arrested at another event, but this is Wayne Shung. He's a constitutional law professor, the leader, one of the top leaders of animal rights in the world, and the leader of what's called the open rescue movement, which is going in with your faces shown to rescue animals in distress, even if they're on private property. And he was arrested right at the start. And so the whole action had to unfold without him providing any guidance, and that must have been somewhat challenging, correct?
Absolutely. It was extremely challenging. And, you know, look, we can't deny that Mr. Shung is pushing political boundaries right now. He's pushing social boundaries, and people are, you know, do we know?
All right.
Okay.
Something's
I think
happening.
we're going to have, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Thank you so much. And if you are just joining us, this is Animal Rights History in Action. Pull out to a wider shot, if you would, Tiffany, to show what's going on. We are live in Wisconsin. This is essentially a takeover of the state capitol building. Hundreds of activists, at least 150, possibly 200, after holding a news conference. Steady up, will you? Steady up. Steady shot so we can see it. Are outside the governor's office. You see the police there. Tiffany, I'm gonna ask you please just to have a steady shot.
Are you guys ready for this? Yeah. Just filed charges against Ridgeland Farm. Trenches. Can you suffer?
You have activists talking to the group one after the other. Let's see if we can get closer. If we, yeah, we can't hear what she's saying. If you can get a little closer, Tiffany, thank you.
If you all had not signed up to come, if you hadn't shown up, they never would have dug those trenches. This would never have happened. You are doing incredible work here, and it looks like we've got somebody else to talk with us.
Tiffany, you have to get closer. We can't hear.
No, I have it plugged in now.
Yeah, Tiffany, get closer. I can't hear. Get closer, Tiffany. We can't hear. Wow, it looks like, whoa, what just happened? So somebody came in for another meeting, or is that somebody from the protesters meeting with a staffer? The person in the white shirt looks like a staffer to me, but I could be wrong. Tiffany, tell me what you're seeing. Tiffany, can you hear me? Okay, Tiffany, what is happening now? It looks like there's possibly somebody from the governor's office meeting with one of the protesters. All right. Okay, at times like this, we have to also realize that we've got 5 reporters there, but we're going to try to get another one going. So let me go to some of the other folks there that can move in and to take over, because her shot has frozen. Hey, Tiffany's shot is frozen. Can you go live? Because there's a meet. It seems like there's a meeting between. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, go. Okay, so our other. Oh, it came back. Great. Okay, this is what it looks like to me. It looks like, and now the signal is nice and clear. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tiffany. It looks like somebody from the governor's office called in one of the. Okay, here we go.
Horrick's there.
Horrick, what are you seeing? It looks like somebody from the governor's office. Oh, here we go. We're all here. Mick, can you hear me?
Hi, Jane.
It kind of looks like somebody from the governor's office is meeting with somebody. It looks like they have some kind of meeting, but I'm not sure. Can you find out?
I'm walking there right now.
Yeah. Because these activists said that they would stay until, and look at the mainstream media there. Finally, all you have to do is risk getting arrested and going to jail, and then finally the mainstream media shows up. But here we go. Okay, so look at that. There's a protester.
Just informed me that
The office is in touch with Governor Evers. They know we're here, obviously, but they're not in charge of scheduling. They've passed on our message, and we'll stay here until we're able to get a meeting.
Not good enough.
The man in the white shirt and the khaki pants is a representative of the governor's office, and he just met with one of the activists here. They huddled for a minute or two, and then the activist just came out and said, okay, the governor's aware, but we don't have anything specifically scheduled at this moment. What do you make of it, Mick? And that doesn't count. They said they're going to stay. It doesn't count for somebody to come out and say, yeah, we're aware you're here, but we have no meeting scheduled. So yes, this is animal rights history in the making. They have done essentially a takeover of the Wisconsin governor's office, and they're saying as long as it takes, these activists will stay here as long as it takes to get the governor of Wisconsin to take action on the remaining approximately 2,000 dogs who are still at the Ridgeland facility, about a half an hour outside of the state capitol in Madison, Wisconsin. So these are the dogs that are that were videotaped years ago, actually. That's the other thing. This thing has been going on for years. This was videotaped in 2017, almost a decade ago. These dogs undoubtedly are long dead. And so, as long as it takes, that's what they're saying. These activists are particularly upset that they were hit with tear gas and rubber bullets. Look at this. This is the Wisconsin state capitol, and they are taking over the Wisconsin State Capitol building. This is truly animal rights history in the making. So we'll see what happens. They're particularly upset because they were tear gassed on Saturday when they went to do an open rescue. And this is just some of the video of the scenes on Saturday as people were pushed and shoved, hit with tear gas, hit with rubber bullets, hit with pepper spray, many of them injured. And it just made them more determined to get an answer. And they felt like the law enforcement showed police brutality. And at least
just live on this page.
Okay, here we go. Let's go back to this. Here we go. All right, we're live with you. What's going on, Mick? Mick, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt and tell you to give me an update. Mick, give me an update. All right. Well, we are live in the state capitol building. This is a standoff. Hey, Nick. What do you think? Lindsay, what are your thoughts?
I was just going to mention that I believe they're meeting with the Dane County Board of Supervisors at 4 p.m. And I looked up some information, and although they don't have direct authority to close it down, they can create restrictions that would make operating for them very difficult and indeed lead to them shutting down. So they already have some of the community, the county officials on their side, and it doesn't look like they're going to leave. I mean, this is insane, the amount of people that are so doggedly determined to stay there.
So to speak, doggedly.
I know, speciesism, sorry. But it's a good thing sometimes, you know?
No, I was just having fun with you.
I really feel for the policemen there, or whatever, the guards, the front line people, because I was watching their faces. They look bewildered, and sometimes they look shamed. And you could see that the activists were getting to what they were saying. And I wonder how all of these people who, from all reports, are amazing people in our community. I think they're in shell shock like the rest of us.
All right, we're live at the Wisconsin State Capitol building. You are watching Animal Rights History in the Making. Hundreds and hundreds of activists descending on the governor's office, demanding a meeting because they say they have tried everything to free these dogs. And we invite Ridgeland, the owner of the facility that is holding 2,000 dogs on any time. One of the reasons why this is reached a critical turning point is that these activists have tried for years to use the legal and standard methods to get the attention of the authorities, to no avail. So, yes, and when they're saying free the Beagles and Wayne, they're talking about the leader, Wayne Shum, who is in jail right now. He was arrested right at the start of this action. And
Jane, I'm here with Michael.
Thank you, Michelle.
I'm going to ask him to give his thoughts.
Yes.
Michael, go ahead.
We just found out that the DA is going to prosecute Ridgeland Farms.
Loud, screaming.
We just found out that the DA is going to prosecute Ridgeland Farms, and honestly, that's amazing news. They're not prosecuting them for the criminal felony animal abuse. I don't think. My understanding is that it's for putting manure on their property. So that's better than nothing. We're trying to get a meeting and trying to get somebody to free the dogs right now, because every day that they're in there is another felony criminal animal abuse. And we're here. We're not leaving until we get a meeting and until this issue gets resolved, until the dogs are free, until every single one is out of their cage, until all the cages are empty.
Jane, I don't know if I can hear you, so we may just have to talk. But let's try. Do you have any questions?
Yes. Who told you that the DA is going to prosecute Ridgeland Farms?
Jane,
How
any
did you hear
questions
that?
for you or the panel?
I'm trying to ask, but you can't hear me, so keep asking questions.
All right. So, Jane, the latest news is the DA has decided to prosecute or bring charges against Ridgeland Farm for use of manure in the so-called moats that they
Of animal manure is my understanding.
unsanctioned use of animal manure. So apparently that's a thing. I did not know that.
Who told them that?
That's apparently
Who
the
told
charge.
them that?
So that is pretty big news. But of course, it's not the charges that we want brought. And most importantly, we just want the animals freed. So where that's going to be, it's not clear.
So
Thank you
these
very
are
much,
the
Michael.
Thank you.
We're going to now go back.
These are the bales of manure that the company set up. They wrapped manure to create barricades to prevent the activists from getting inside their facility. Remember, it was a month ago that, but we can't confirm that they are going to be charged. That was something that an activist said, may very well be, but we have not heard it from any authority, so we cannot independently confirm that, and we can invite Ridgeland on anytime to respond to any of this. All right, let's go back to the scene and continue on with our coverage, our historic live coverage. Wow.
Free the dogs! 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 Free the dogs!
These folks are taking the word sitting literally. They are sitting on the floor while the majority is still standing and chanting. It's been hours and the crowd has not dispersed, and if anything, they've gotten more rowdy.
I'd like to play a clip of a congressman questioning the congressman who represents the district in Wisconsin, has spoken out publicly in favor of these protesters and in favor of the Beagles. Listen to this.
In my district, we have something called Ridgeland Farms. That's a Beagle breeder for research. They've had 311 code violations, including very serious harm to the health of dogs. Grants are still, in the last month, going to groups that are getting Beagles from Ridgeland Farms. Could you please take a look at this?
I believe you, but I have a hard time believing that. I need to look into this.
Okay, that's Representative Mark Pocan, who is a U.S. congressman, speaking up in favor of the Beagles. So, first of all, RFK Jr., all you have to do is one
Jane,
Google
in a few
search.
minutes, I'm going to talk to one of the leaders. His name is Raj, but he's going
Yes,
to make an announcement now.
please, yes. Let's get some announcements here. Thank you, Mick, doing an incredible job reporting, and you know, he's getting a wide shot to show this is the Wisconsin State Capitol building. If you're just joining us, this is breaking news. Animal rights history in the making in Wisconsin. As animal rights activists take over the state capitol building, demanding that the governor of Wisconsin, Tony Evers, talk to them and speak to them about what's happening inside Ridgeland Farms. 2,000 Beagles approximately remain. And
happens without every single one of you. Without every single one of you.
Can you get a little closer, Mick?
1 ounce of voice, 1 ounce of energy without you. So I thank you. And you should thank everybody around you. We're going to continue to win. We're going to get our conversations. And we're going to continue to fight for those dogs.
Yes, sir.
I'll talk to you. All right. Has anyone seen the water bottles? Right here. Water bottles. Hey, there you go. Thank you, sir.
You're looking at the leaders of this movement, Elmira Tanner and this gentleman.
Thank you all for being out here, chanting, using your voices, showing up. It means so much. Unfortunately, despite our presence, around 100 of us here, many of them the constituents of Governor Evers, he still has not been able to send a single representative to meet with us. And that is unfortunate. But I will say, there's so much reason for hope right now. Just in the last couple of days, we are watching our institutions shift against Ridgeland Farms. I have been working on this campaign for the last few years of my life, and I have spent so much time trying to get the DA's office to charge Ridgeland Farms. The DA's office has never engaged with that. The only people they have ever charged is us, is the people trying to rescue these animals from abuse. Today, for the first time in almost a decade-long campaign, the DA's office has charged Ridgeland Farms. We are seeing the tables turn in real time, and that is because the sacrifices that each of you have made. I'm walking around here, I'm hearing stories about people who got their teeth knocked out, who are unconscious, who had pepper sprayed in their eyes, who are on the floor. Some of the scariest experiences of their life, and those sacrifices are being seen by the world. And they are seeing that the institutions of Wisconsin have protected the abusers for far too long. And these institutions are starting to shift. That's it.
Thank you.
Jane, we're going to go and have a private chat with Raj. Feel free to ask any questions you have, and if your panelists have questions.
Yeah, well, you say
Raj,
that they're
is there anything else you
charging.
want to add to the speech
Yes,
you just gave?
they say you're charging
Yeah, I think
Ridgeland Farms,
that
but
that point about how our institutions are changing in real time could not be more real. again, I have worked on this campaign for the last 4 or 5 years of my life. I've been directly part of Wayne's legal team when he was prosecuted and getting ready for trial on these charges. I think I might be getting a phone call from Wayne right now, actually.
Can you put him on for
Put it on
us?
I might
speaker.
be able to. It might be someone else from jail. It is Wayne.
Ooh.
It's Wayne. We have Wayne on the phone. Quiet.
0 to refuse this call. Your current balance is $1.80. This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global
Do we have a
Billing.
mic in here?
Mike, who has a mic? Microphone?
Hey, Wayne. Hey, what's up? So I am out here at the state capitol. I have you on speakerphone, and we have 100 supporters waiting outside Governor Evers' office. We've been here for over an hour now trying to demand a meeting, and you have 100 people listening to you.
We love you, Wayne.
As much as the dogs.
Made another statement in support of us. I think the wheels are really turning, and this can be crucial to saving not just the Ridgeland dogs, but ending all experiments on dogs across the nation. So thank you all so much for being out there today.
Let me pass that on because it's not loud enough. Wayne is saying that he is seeing the wheels turn. Again, Wayne was prosecuted for rescuing dogs from Ridgeland Farms, something he did 8 years ago. But as of today, we have a gubernatorial candidate announcing our support for us. We have Mark Pocan, the congressional representative of this district, expressing support. And we have the district attorney finally charging Ridgeland Farms for some of its crimes. The wheels are turning, and we can use this momentum to not just free all the dogs at Ridgeland Farms, but every dog stuck in a cage and every animal who's abused in our nation. Wayne sends his love, and he is so proud of everyone. All right, all right, sound good. All right, bye-bye. Cool. All right. Another announcement we haven't got around to yet. Wayne and the other 4 people who are held in jail right now, that's Aditya, Dean, Misha, and Melanie. The 5 of them have their bail hearings scheduled for tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. here in Madison. So we'll be mobilizing for that as well. Show up, and they should all be out of jail by tomorrow afternoon.
Raj. Sorry, Raj. Let's continue before we were so rudely interrupted by Wayne. So,
Can I ask a question?
you're about to lose your voice, but you just speak up as much as you can and tell us what else is on your mind.
I mean, I think a lot about the absurdity of a system that would rather punish people who are trying to rescue animals than the people who are tormenting them. And that is an absurdity that we live with. I'm actually being prosecuted myself right now for rescuing an animal at a factory farm in California. And
Okay, we're gonna talk a little bit here because the audio is just not usable at this moment. But you have to understand that we are bringing this live as it unfolds, and it's really an extraordinary moment in animal rights history as we listen to this. Lindsay, what are your thoughts?
Well, I was just going to ask the gentleman if how long are they planning to, did they come with supplies to stay for the whole week? Because it sounds like they're planning to do something tomorrow. This could go on indefinitely. And it just seems like these people are so determined that definitely things will change. How far the needle will move from one side to the other is yet for us to be seen as the day unfolds.
You are looking at live coverage of a takeover of the Wisconsin State Capitol building by hundreds of activists, many of whom were hit with tear gas. and pepper spray and rubber bullets yesterday. Saturday. Here's just some of the footage of what happened. The people in white, there's Wayne Chung being arrested right at the start. And here's some people, even in the media pool, being pushed down. And basically, they tried to rescue the remaining 2,000 Beagles. They were hit with pepper spray, tear gas, rubber bullets, many of them injured. And we had people who were military veterans saying that they had gone through their entire military careers and never experienced anything like this. Let's go and listen and see if we can listen to what's happening now live.
Admitting that only she was up there praying.
Okay, so the audio is no good at this moment in time, but we are monitoring the situation as it unfolds. And so Wayne Chung, the person you just saw there, called moments ago from jail where he is being held, where he has been interrogated by the FBI, and said that the wheels are turning. And he pointed to the fact that Congressman Pocan, who represents that area, has issued statements and spoken in favor of releasing the dogs to good homes. So you have a member of Congress, of the United States Congress, siding with the activists, and also two supervisors sided with the activists. And nevertheless, you see law enforcement really turning this entire area into a war zone. And now some of them who are injured are saying they would like to pursue legal action against law enforcement. And meanwhile, all of the activists who had descended from around the world on Wisconsin today have shown up at the Wisconsin State Capitol, and that's about 35 miles away from where the Ridgeland Farms facility is. The man on the left, Wayne Chung, remains in jail. He is the leader of this open rescue movement and a constitutional law professor. Here he is in 2017. This has been going on for almost a decade. Here he is in 2017 going into this facility. He documented what was happening in the facility, and he took a couple of dogs out. And I want to show you him talking about one of those dogs.
This is Julie. And Julie was on the bottom row in a 2-foot by 4-foot metal cage, standing on wire her entire life. She'd lived there for about a year. In over a 2-hour time period, every single time we looked towards Julie, she was spinning exactly like this for 2 hours. All 3 of the dogs we rescued from Ridgeland Farms, there's video footage of these dogs after we rescued them struggling to even walk. And this is one of them, Julie.
So there he is. He was arrested at the start of this action on Saturday. And now you are seeing these activists go from Ridgeland Farms, where they held a vigil yesterday. Saturday was the big melee, the war zone. Yesterday was the vigil. Today they are at the Capitol, where they vow to remain until the governor speaks to them or a representative of the governor speaks to them. It's gone on for hours now. They say they're not leaving. We don't know what's going to happen next. There are reports that were just announced that, yes, the district attorney is going to be charging Ridgeland Farms for using manure in their barricades. And here I'm going to show you a picture of the barricades that were erected to stop the activists from getting in. These were new barricades. There was manure, and apparently that's some kind of violation. So we don't know if that's how serious a charge that is. For all we know, it could be a little misdemeanor. We also have not been able to independently confirm that. And we also want to say we invite Ridgeland on anytime. Let's see if we can hear now.
Thank you. All right, our next phone call. We're going to call Melissa Moore Baldoff, possible Deputy Chief of Staff. We've got 2 numbers for her. We're going to call her and see if she picks up.
Telephone number 77.
Well, that's not going to work. Let's try this one. Sorry, I know we need a microphone, don't we?
Hi, you have reached Jonathan Farah, Director of Communications in the Office of Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley.
Nope. Wrong number. All right, we've got a number for a Jenny Dye, Chief of Staff. Let's try her.
The person you are trying to reach is currently unavailable. Please leave a message after the tone. When you have finished, please hang up or press the pound key for more options.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Robinson. I'm with the Coalition to Free the Ridgeland Beagles. I'm calling to discuss what happened over the weekend at Ridgeland Farms. This has been a national story. The New York Times has covered it. Fox News has covered it. USA Today has covered it. And we have not heard from Governor Evers. We've got approximately 150 people outside of his office right now asking for a meeting with him. Please call me back and we would love to discuss this with you. Thank you so much. All right. We will see if we get any phone calls.
She's still in. I know. Okay. Yep. Have you been talking to him? Yeah.
I talked to you.
Yeah.
What is your name?
My name is Xavier. Xavier Corcoran.
Xavier, are you local or you came here?
Wisconsin.
So you're a local resident here?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Why are you here today?
We're actually trying to ask Tony Evers to have a meeting with us to prosecute Ridgeland Farms and to shut down the whole operation in general. And we would like to make a difference for these beagles' lives because the dogs are in harm every day and they deserve a good life rather than stuck in cages.
Were you part of the action on Saturday?
Yes, I was.
So you've been here from basically the beginning?
Yeah, all three. And I've been going to Milwaukee and coming back every single day. So,
have you previously asked to speak to your governor ever?
Yeah, actually, no, I have not. Actually, I've not been a very political person like that. But I'm trying to get more involved because I understand that it involves all of us and we're all in this together. And, you know, they make the big decisions around here. And
so why this time?
Because when people stick together in numbers, you know, we always win. People always win. There's nothing I can ever compare to that.
So power in numbers. You heard there's 2,000 people signed up and you decided to join.
Yes, always, always. And when I seen the first rescue, it really inspired me to really just want to get out there and be brave.
Right. And it's already been a few hours today.
Yes.
So what are you prepared to do?
I'm prepared to just stay here as long as I gotta be, you know, and keep chanting, you know, just be here and support. Just be here, be present.
Thank you very
much. Let them know that we care.
Thank you very much, Xavier.
Yeah, of course.
Jane, as you can see, there's lots of folks here just hanging out. Many locals.
Right here.
Where are you from?
Middleton, Wisconsin.
Hey. We have this young lady here. What is your name?
Sarah Dalton.
Sarah, you're from where?
Middleton, Wisconsin, right outside of Madison.
Okay, tell me what's on your mind.
Well,
As loud as you can speak.
for the last 3 years since I learned about Ridgeland Farms, I have been working with the group Game for Dogs and a local group that is trying to get this facility shut down. And we have been, from the beginning, very involved in the all of it. We've been to the evidentiary hearing. We heard whistleblower accounts of horrible things happening to the dogs. The teary eye surgery is done with scissors, no anesthesia, no pain medication, put back into the wire.
Right.
Cages. Then we waited 9 months for the special prosecutor to be appointed. Special prosecutor was appointed. So we are hopeful that maybe this will be it. No, that he cut a deal with Ridgeland
Yes.
Farms.
So what are you hoping will come out of today's action?
Today, I hope that they immediately seize the dogs and close the place down, because the other branch of their business will continue to operate. They will continue to breed dogs for testing on site.
So you want the government to step in and seize the dogs, like one of the politicians, I'm not sure, I can't remember who it was. They suggested that the dogs be taken out to the shelter. Yeah, Mark Pocan, I believe. Yeah. Taken to the shelter, and then the rescues will step in and take them. And you're in support of that.
Very much so.
Okay. And
We're ready to go. We have crates.
and you keep saying we. Who are you referring to?
Dawn.
Dawn?
Dawn Everhart. I also was a-
As loud as you can. We can't hear you.
Sure, sorry. I'm Dawn
Spring.
Everhart. I am a resident also of Dane County. I live in Middleton. I have 2 Beagles. I'm here and I've been involved with Dane for Dogs for about 7 years. These are my Beagles. The little one is a former research Beagle. Spent 4.5 years in research. We adopted her about a year or so ago. And then Charlie, our big Beagle, he was adopted 7 years ago. And that's how I found out about what was going on at Richmond Farms. I am appalled that nobody is acting right now on this. I cannot believe that Governor Evers will not even come out of his office to talk to us. I have written, called, done so much, and it's great the DA finally did some charges against Ridgeland Farms for manure, but that is the least of the problems. The problem is actually the animal cruelty violations for a commercial puppy mill. It is unbelievable to me that nobody is enforcing this right now. I'm just sickened by it. I've been sickened by it for so long, and it is unbelievable that nobody in Wisconsin is actually doing something about this. I'm appalled.
Thank you very much. So Jane, as you can hear from interview after interview, people are feeling very fed up, sick and tired, disheartened, and they're demanding the government take some action, whether it be the governor, the attorney general, or whoever else is in charge who can actually get these dogs out. That is where we're at. We're basically at a stalemate right now. No one is leaving the Capitol. And the authorities have been told that there will be a sit-in here until we have a meeting on the calendar for the governor. But you can see what's happening right now. Station still in place and security in front of the governor's office.
Yeah, I'm here.
questions?
So, Mick, I'm here helping Jane, co-hosting with her. She had to step
Hi,
off.
Lindsay.
Hi. This is all so incredible. I mean, being there and talking to these people, what is the determination is the one thing that really stands out for me. Like, how long can these people, are they planning to stay there days? What is the word on the street? Do you have any idea?
I don't. I'm here on the inside, literally following things moment to moment. I can only assume it won't be days. I think the plan is within the next hour or two. Several of the activists who are ready to be arrested, they're expecting to be arrested. They're going to be walking across the street to the Attorney General's office and put a demand letter in front of him and demand to have a meeting with him. And I believe the idea is for them to have a takeover there, a sit-in. That may not be the correct term, but they are prepared to get arrested unless they have a meeting with the Attorney General.
Wow. Jane is back.
Yes, I have a question, Mick. Do you think the arrest will happen here or across the
It's
street?
very loud in here, Lindsay. I apologize because I cannot hear your questions. Could you repeat?
Jane is back, Mick. So she's asking a question. Let's have her try again.
Yeah, okay, Mick.
Sure.
Do you think the arrest will happen here or across the street? All right. Well,
It appears he can't hear you.
we are live at the Wisconsin State Capitol building. There was a standoff at the Wisconsin governor's office. The activists who have tried to get the beagles out of the Ridgeland facility. There's approximately 2,000 beagles left, about a half an hour away at a beagle breeding facility that is very troubled, that has been the source of controversy for years. The activists say that the legal route would be to confiscate the beagles and allow them to go to good homes, just as occurred with another East Coast beagle breeding facility called in Vigo several years ago. But so far, that action has not been taken. So the activists refuse to leave until somebody from the governor's office at least speaks to them. You're watching all of this unfold live. These activists are very upset because yesterday, the day before yesterday, when they attempted a rescue at the facility, they were hit with tear gas. Many of them were hit with rubber bullets. Some of them are on crutches. And that just reinforced their determination to get some responses from the government, considering that the congressman who represents this district has spoken out in favor of releasing the beagles, as have some supervisors of this county. So let's listen to what a supervisor at this county said the other day in a meeting, speaking out in favor of the beagles.
The last piece of work that Supervisor Ritt and I did together, along with all of you, was approving Resolution 119. Now, therefore, be it resolved that dogs are sentient beings and that they deserve care, respect, and ethical treatment. And therefore, Dane County must ensure the legal treatment of animals such as these within its jurisdiction and must hold both local and state agencies accountable for enforcing that law. You may lead up to the open, orderly rescue that is planned for April 19th and work with county and state electeds like we promised in this resolution to live out its promise and protect those that are set to rescue on Sunday. And I assure you, these dogs will not be homeless.
So that's a supervisor, a Dane County supervisor. So you have a Dane County supervisor, you have a member of Congress, which is a far higher political office than that, saying, let's get these dogs out. And yet the governor has not said anything. And law enforcement, well, I don't want to overshow this, but law enforcement responded by basically sicking tear gas and pepper spray and rubber bullets and some would say brute force on the protesters. Many of them were feeling very ill. Some of them had to go to the hospital. Some of them have injuries that are visible. And they're saying, hey, this is police brutality. And they want answers. So that is, I think, galvanizing the people who are here. I think that as opposed to making them go away, if the police thought, if the law enforcement, the sheriff thought that all of this would make these activists go away, it actually had the exact opposite effect. It caused them to be more determined. They're saying we've already suffered this much. Well, it's just reinforced our determination to get these dogs out. And by the way, we invite Ridgeland Farms on anytime to comment on any of the allegations that are being made against them. And another big piece of news, approximately $1 million was offered by an anonymous donor to an anonymous donor offered $1 million. We're going to remove that until they can get back. $1 million for the dogs. Now, if there's approximately 2,000 dogs there, the math is $500 a dog. But still, that's a lot. That's a lot. So they chose reportedly, and I can't independently confirm this, to turn down that offer. This is a good time for us to put up the Ridgeland Farms response to all of this. So let me pick that from our media assets. Ridgeland Farms has said there's no credible evidence of animal abuse, cruelty, or mistreatment. They say the activists are dangerous extremists engaging in unlawful action, and that the person who or persons who made the allegations of animal cruelty lack credibility. And we can tell you that one of the whistleblowers who testified in court under oath spoke and is at this protest and spoke and said that he was asked to participate and hold dogs while non-veterinarians did painful eye surgery without anesthesia. That is the most serious allegation. So that's where we stand right now. To give you a backstory on how these extraordinary events unfolded, let's go back to 2017. This was the scene in 2017 when Wayne Shung, a constitutional law professor and leader of one of the main leaders of the animal rights movement globally, went into Ridgeland Farms, took photographs and video, documented, he's the co-founder of Direct Action Everywhere, documented the spinning of the dogs and the dogs on wire, the dogs devocalized. Many of the dogs had their vocal cords cut to reduce the sound of their barking, but still it was an overwhelming sound. And he and an associate took out 2 dogs. One of those dogs was named Julie.
This is Julie. And Julie was on the bottom row in a 2 foot by 4 foot metal cage, standing on wire her entire life. She'd lived there for about a year. In over a 2-hour time period, every single time we looked towards Julie, she was spinning exactly like this for 2 hours. All 3 of the dogs we rescued from Ridgeland Farms, there's video footage of these dogs after we rescued them struggling to even walk. And this is one of them, Julie.
All right. And then what happened is the police charged him. The authorities charged Wayne, and he was about to go to trial. At the 11th hour, they dropped the charges. And the company said, well, we fear for our safety. That's why we don't want to proceed with the prosecution of Wayne Shung. Instead of just going away and saying, oh my gosh, so glad that we're not going to be put on trial, he came back to Wisconsin, mobilized local residents, including Dane for Dogs, and essentially went to court and demanded a hearing, which he got. And I'm going to bring Mick back in, but let me finish the story. He got a hearing, and in that hearing, it was determined that a special prosecutor should be appointed to investigate Ridgeland. The special prosecutor investigated Ridgeland and cut a deal where they will cease their breeding for sale operations, but they could continue to experiment on beagles in their own facility. That upset the activists, and that's why they decided they were going to do an open rescue themselves. And a month ago, about 100 activists went into the facility and took out at least 31 dogs, approximately 31 dogs. You're looking at that rescue a month ago now. And the police fought with some of these rescuers and grabbed approximately eight of the dogs, but more than 24 dogs were whisked to safety where they remain. There you're looking at the empty cages of the dogs that were rescued. This happened on March 15th, 2026. And so truly extraordinary. Take a look at this. I mean, this is March 15th, 2026. And they decided after this relatively successful rescue effort, where all these dogs were rescued, that they would go back, and get the remaining dogs they couldn't get out. There's former Baywatch actress Alexandra Paul with one of the dogs. There was also a battle between police. Excuse me. There was a battle between police and some of the rescuers over the dogs. Let's go back to the scene and listen to what's happening now. Bring us up to date, Mick. I'm going to unmute you.
Hi, Jane. So I'm walking, as you can see, down a hall, going around. We're in the rotunda. The crowd is still quite large, but they're dispersed right now because everyone is taking a break to have a nourishment and some drinks. So that's what's happening at this moment. Who I have with me is right now one of the activists that you heard from earlier. His name is Jeffrey. And Jeffrey, you are a local resident right here in Milwaukee? I'm sorry, Madison. Madison, right here in Wisconsin.
Absolutely.
So you're a Wisconsin resident.
Yep.
And tell me what's on your mind. You're very well spoken. I'm not going to even bother asking you questions. Go ahead.
Jane, it's great to be on again, and yeah, we're accelerating in momentum. As someone who's been in the animal rights space for going on over 20 years, supporting amazing causes like the fur-free campaigns and horse racing wrongs and others, this feels like this is the biggest moment in animal rights history. And right now, as we just continue to be patient and continue to share our voice, we're getting wins. The DA just dropped charges against Ridgeland Farms in regards to some of the lagoon management. I think that's a big first step. We're communicating or trying to communicate right now with the governor's office, and we're getting a lot of, forward-looking Wisconsin leadership that are saying, this is not going to exist here. We don't want this here.
Jeffrey, you were just referring to the charges that were brought against Ridgeland Farm just a couple of hours ago, right?
Yeah.
Do you know the exact nature of those charges?
Our belief is that it's associated with some of the wastewater treatment or the lagoon water treatment that they had used to fill the moats over this past week, and the fortification of that gulag.
So the moat which we understand was filled with rocks and manure.
Correct.
Which was right on the outside edge of the giant bales of hay.
That's right. Yeah.
Right.
It was the first step. We found it a little bit comical that the moat actually was a perfect fit for the bales of hay on Saturday, and being able to push those in there and then create the bridge that we needed to get closer to the fence so the dogs could hear our voices.
Yeah, we saw footage of the activists literally rolling the bales of hay into the moat, which is kind of ironic. Yeah.
Yeah.
But of course, everybody was faced with brutal treatment by the police.
Yeah.
We all saw that. We, the press, got it as well.
Oh God, yeah.
Oh yeah. So let me ask you. So in your previous activism, have you seen anything of this nature?
Not to this size and not to this level of national coverage. The amazing work that Patrick and Nicole have done at Horse Racing Wrongs around raising awareness for the thousands of horses that have died across American racetracks every year, particularly in places like Santa Anita and Saratoga Springs, has been amazing because they've been on ESPN and a handful of documentaries. But in regards to this moment of pulling together, almost 2,000 people to then enter into a war zone to defend an animal that was born and bred to love us, I've never seen anything like it. And I couldn't be more proud of every single individual who's been here and every individual who shared support for us along the way.
So what are your thoughts why this particular action and this particular case with the Ridgeland dogs has kind of taken off like wildfire? Do you think it has to do with the specific species of the animals involved, which is man's best friend, the dogs? Or do you think something else is at work here?
I think it's a combination of things. I think more importantly, dogs are born and bred to love us. Man's best friend, woman's best friend, right? This is the biggest betrayal. And I think even if you're not a vegan, if you're a Democrat, if you're a Republican, if you're right wing, if you're left wing, we all love dogs. And I think that has motivated people to understand and get active about this facility. And we hope that it carries forward. I'm certain that individuals that are here and looking for Ridgeland Farms to shut down are also going to be excited to shut the Marshall facility in New York down.
Tell us about that. What is that?
So that is the largest Beagle production facility in America, with a rough count of over 10,000 dogs inside.
Wow. So it's 5 times larger than Ridgeland.
Yeah.
And do you know if that's in the works? Do you think that's the next step after the Ridgeland dogs are freed?
I'm not going to speak for what the organization is focused on, but I can tell you this. The world now sees that compassionate people are out there pushing to free these dogs from living in this hellhole of an existence. And it doesn't matter if you're Ridgeland or Marshall or some other facility in America, voices are going to be heard. People are going to stand up for those dogs, and ultimately something's going to be done. These days, for your science and your profit making off of the cruelty of animals that were born to love us will come to an end.
So obviously we're all hopeful to have all abuse of animals end, but your thoughts are perhaps this will lead to the larger, 5 times larger facility and getting attention there. Perhaps then moving on to other species of animals that are suffering in vivisection and testing laboratories, and then broader to animals in the food industry and beyond, right?
Absolutely. This is just another domino.
Yeah.
I hate to use such militaristic words, but this is another big battle in this war against, what animals ultimately become commodities. I've been in the animal rights space for 20 years. I've been a vegan for a very long time, and all these places live in darkness.
Jane, do you or your panel have any questions?
Yes. So Wayne called and said he felt that the wheels are turning. What was he referring to, do you think?
I think he's just referring to the fact that there is starting to be political support from governor candidates like Francesca Hong and Kelda Royce coming in publicly and making statements. I think we've seen with that charge from the DA's office against Ridgeland Farms that, we can't guarantee that anything will come after that. But there is a process that's currently taking place, and it's only taking place because of what happened on Saturday, what happened yesterday, and what's currently happening here today. The wheels of progress are moving. We have momentum.
Do you think that the attempts by law enforcement to shut this down by using tear gas and rubber bullets backfired on them?
100%. 100%. There was no need for that level of unnecessary force. They should be ashamed of themselves. And as someone who was negotiating and having conversations with the police that day, there were a lot of cops that were not interested in being put in that position.
Do you feel that it's the brutality that got the mainstream media coverage with CNN, USA Today, the New York Times, and other major media publications that usually ignore animal rights actually reporting on this? Do you think it was specifically the use of tear gas that made it a story?
Tear gas, pepper spray, rubber bullets. Jane, we're very interested in sharing the faces of the Ridgeland action. You're going to see grandmothers, you're going to see individuals, innocent individuals, nonviolent individuals with bruises on their face, with blood, with red in their eyes, and their faces are exposed. And then the other faces of Ridgeland Farms that day are covered in masks, whether that's from the military, this militarized version of the police that we were confronted with, or it was even private security. A question that I always ask the private security officials, like, show your mask. What do you have to hide? We have nothing to hide here. We're here for this. And I think what we've seen now is that these images, it looked like war zones around the world. And I posted that this isn't Gaza. This isn't Ukraine. This isn't Lebanon. This is Wisconsin. This happened on a beautiful blue sky day in a beautiful part of the state. Mount Horeb is a gorgeous place. And it was just, it was a battlefield.
Jane, the images you were showing just a moment ago while Jeffrey was continuing to talk, you'll notice that it was an older gentleman in a red jacket that was very brutally pushed to the ground, shoved to the ground. And then as you can see the camera panning to the right, that is literally where the Unchained TV crew was standing. There was no escalation. There was no action on the part of any of the activists to instigate any reaction by the police. As I said to you when it happened, we were there getting our gear ready to go. This was even before we were able to cover. Right there. So that gentleman, now if you pan, the guy who shoved him, the very tall deputy, is the one who came around, and you'll see another young man roll on his back, and he's the one who went around with 2 fists and punched me in the chest, where I literally lost my breath. I was at the ER last night to get checked out because I have a hard time taking full breaths without pain. Luckily, I don't have any broken ribs, but I do have a bruised chest cavity. So I was very lucky.
Can you put the camera on yourself for a second? Because we want to see you.
Well, I mean, I'd be happy to do it, but there's nothing to show. Obviously, there's nothing to show because it's my chest. And it's bruised. The internal bruising is what it's called.
And this
So
is the same press jacket you're wearing today
I-
that you
Yeah.
wore on Saturday.
not only that, I literally saw him come around. I saw him knock down the gentleman. I believe he went around and knocked down an older lady, and then he came right in front of us, extremely aggressive. I could see blood in his eyes. He was out to get us, and there was absolutely no instigation. So I literally put my badge out. I said, "We're pressed. We're just covering the event. We're pressed." Second time I said we're pressed, I saw his fists go up, and I knew. I braced my right leg behind me so I wouldn't fall down because I had seen 3 people already take a back fall, and I took the brunt of it on my chest.
Can I
Wow.
just I want to express something. I
Thank
think it's
you.
really
Yes.
important.
Flip the
I want to
camera back then. Thank you, Mick.
Yeah. I want to express something. I think it's really important for the audience to understand, whether that's the audience of your great, channel and show, or the general audience that's seeing this around the world for the first time. This is not an indictment on larger law enforcement. We have had nothing but positive interactions with the Madison City Police Department, allowing us to exercise our First Amendment right. And here at the Capitol, this is a militarized, misunderstood position that the sheriff's office had taken, who escalated it beyond repair. Yes, this is not an indictment on all law enforcement. We want to maintain that relationship with them because they too do love animals and they do love dogs and they understand where we're coming from.
Well said, Jeffrey. And of course, we've seen so many peace officers who have been very supportive. In fact, one of them on camera yesterday said, "I support your cause. Thank you for being here." Jeffrey, anything else you want to add? Because it's getting very loud here again.
We cannot lose this moment. And when I say lose this moment, I mean the momentum. Saturday was an atrocity. Saturday was disaster, but we still won, despite not one dog getting out of that facility. It was a visual to the world of what the forces of corruption and capitalism around animals as commodities versus innocent people. That was a win on Saturday. That was a win today. And we're going to continue to win, but we can't do it without your great audience and sharing everything you can and getting more people involved in this.
Jeffrey, could you spell for us your last name as well?
Sure, it's Jeffrey Brown. It's like the color BROWN.
Thank you so much for your time.
Anybody can find me on Vegan Bruce Wayne on Instagram.
Vegan Bruce Wayne on Instagram.
Yeah,
Okay.
and there you'll see this amazing video that we put together of what really was an individual that was unarmed, had 2 police officers kneeling on his back while he was getting arraigned, and then a tear gas canister was dropped in his face. That is something that we're going to continue to share with the world, and we're going to ask for some level of criminal justice on that. That was almost a war crime.
I believe you're referring to the gentleman who spoke earlier at the Rotunda from New York City, or New York somewhere, Buffalo, New York, I believe.
Yep.
Okay. Jeffrey, thank you so much.
Love you, Jane.
Jane, as
Love
you
you
can
too.
hear,
Thank you.
as you
Yes.
can hear in the background, the crowd is back. They've been nourished. They were passing out all sorts of vegan yummies for people and drinks. So they are energized once again. Not sure what's going to happen beyond this point, but I'll just cover what I can.
Okay, I'm going to show briefly what he was talking about. Let's go to his Instagram page. And yes, it's pretty small, but he has some video there at Vegan Bruce Wayne of, you can see it on the left. I wish I could make it bigger, but I can't. Some of the injuries being inflicted on some of the activists who went in on Saturday. They're back. Free the dogs! Free the dogs! Free the dogs!
dogs! Free the 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 dogs!
Jane, I'm going to be talking to Louis from DXC. Let's hear his thoughts on what's going on today and what he thinks will come out of it. Louis, you're live on Unchained TV. Hey, Jane, go ahead. What are your thoughts?
I mean, it's an absolutely historic week. It's an absolutely historic weekend, and it's so hopeful to me that we're coming into the week with continued momentum and mobilization, and that the system is reacting on the side of rescuers. So far, the only action that's been taken by the district attorney, as far as we know, is to bring new charges against Ridgeland, even though they're not the charges we want. Water quality violations can be a very serious thing. And for a company like Ridgeland that's already facing so much antagonism and so much public opposition, to have more layered on top of them, and to have the system, frankly, after an action where hundreds of people attempted to storm with tools and attempted to enter the facility and to take direct action against this place, and to have the immediate action, the next step taken by the law enforcement agency, be to charge Ridgeland Farms for the fortifications they put in place. I think it's absolutely clear what side of history that they're trying to stand on. That doesn't rule out the possibility that they may bring charges against rescuers as well. We're prepared for that, and people are, aware of that risk, and they're willing to take it on. They'd be excited to go to trial. But I think it's just absolutely amazing to see the continued mobilization, the bravery of all these people that faced so much and kept going back, wave after wave after wave, trying against an immovable force of violence against them to get these dogs out of this horrific place, and they're not stopping. They're still here, and we're still going hard, and we're starting to see a reaction.
Let me ask you, I know across the street is the DA's office, and also there's a jail. I don't know the exact layout of Madison, Wisconsin. How could this unfold as the hours progress?
How could this unfold?
Yeah.
I think it's an open question to me. I'm not one of the organizers today, so I'm not exactly privy to what the plan is, but I think we have an amazing, huge group of people, and we're going with the flow, putting pressure on all of the politicians and all of the power holders that have been really asleep at the wheel with Ridgeland Farms. And we're just going to keep going wherever we need to go, keep pressuring who we need to pressure. We've got such a loud crew of people that's so down for this and so committed. And I think we're just going to keep going where we need to go to keep pressure on. We've heard that there may be a hearing as early as today that's actually about the police response and about the brutality that activists faced. So we're ready for that if that happens today. And we hear that there may be a hearing in Wayne's case. And for the people, all the people that are arrested, Dean, Misha, everybody, Aditya, that's still in jail. There may be a hearing tomorrow about that. So we're just here, and we're keeping the pressure on wherever we need to go, essentially.
Louis, you're referring to the 4 o'clock meeting that's been talked about?
That is what the most that I've heard as well. So I'm not sure if that's confirmed. But yes.
What do you know about it because all I heard about is there was a 4 o'clock meeting of some sort.
I've heard that there is a committee hearing that is about police oversight in general, and that there may be an opportunity to talk about the police response to the activists. And it's been so amazing to see already 2 county supervisors in Dane County that oversees the Dane County Sheriff's Department that really led this completely disgusting response to nonviolent activists. Already 2 supervisors are speaking out against the treatment of the activists. The New York Times reporter who covered this piece, even though, I'm not a huge fan of every piece of language that was used, they made a comment on that piece saying that they've been covering civil disobedience for a long time, and they were very surprised by the police response. So I think that there's a lot of pressure building against the way that the police reacted against activists, and maybe that will prevent some kind of brutality like that happening in the future. And really, it just goes to show the pressure that there is and the public sentiment that there is against Ridgeland.
You know what struck me and that I think is so fascinating is that you have a wide spectrum of activists. You have old people, you have young people, you have local people, you have people who come around from around the country and even from other parts of the world. You have people who on our comments, I can tell, are Democrats, some are Republicans, some are liberal, some are conservative. It seems that everybody can agree on one thing, that we love dogs. Do you see dogs as the gateway to greater animal rights, Lewis?
I didn't hear that at all exactly, but the end that I heard is that everybody loves dogs, and then that's a gateway into understanding this issue. And I think dogs are absolutely, there are so many amazing animals that so many people can grow to love, but dogs especially have a special place in so many people's hearts. And I think this issue really is so perfect as an issue to struggle over, because not only is it dogs, but it's also a factory farm, and it's laid out and constructed in the same way as other factory farms. And I think seeing the police response to this, seeing the way that they've treated animal rescuers in other situations as well, I think really brings public attention and connects those 2 issues in a way that a lot of other dog rescue might not connect to factory farming in general. And I think, the number of people we've seen that are supportive of this is just off the charts amazing. We've been in Madison for a few days now, and I was in a coffee shop today, and the barista overheard us talking about the protest today, and he started telling us all kinds of facts that he knows about how the investigations have been ongoing since 2017 and all these things. And then when we sat down at our table, another person at the coffee shop asked us, "Were you there too?" "I was there, I got pepper sprayed." And it's just really amazing to see how this is broken through so thoroughly. Earlier today, there was a field trip of children from school that was here. I don't know if you saw it on the live stream, but elementary school kids. And as they were leaving, a bunch of them had "Free the Dog" signs, and they were chanting "Free the Dogs" as they got back in their school bus, and their teachers were smiling. So it's just really incredible, and unlike anything I've ever experienced as an animal rights activist for over 10 years now, the way that this is broken through, and the public is so firmly on the side of rescue for these animals.
Jane, I'm gonna give you an anecdotal story and kind of bring it full circle. So back in 1993, my now husband Jeff and I went to the March on Washington for gay rights, and there were 1 million people who were part of that March on Washington in 1993. This has the same feel, where you feel like we were flying in from Connected in Phoenix. Our flight over was full of activists and people flying in from all over, and Phoenix was a hub that they were connecting at. It was that kind of feeling, very similar to 1993, I should say, when we ended up in DC on the metro, and just people from all over the world were just connecting at the same spot. And yes, the diversity is off the charts. It's unlike any other action or event we've covered. So of course, it makes our hearts ache when we don't get the same support for cows and pigs and chickens and turkeys and the like, right? We wish that the average mom and dad and the grandpa and the school kids would all rise up. But I think that day is coming because, like you said, it is a gateway, and the dogs have basically lit a fire on this action. So I think people are realizing that these dogs are not just things. And of course, generally people do realize that. A lot of people have pets. They know their pets are not things. They're part of the family, but they somehow have this mental block to when it comes to animals other than their own pets in their own homes. And I think once that happens, once that gate is opened, there's no way to shut it. It's going to expand to other species of animals as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and this is all part of the right to rescue movement. The right to rescue movement says, and these images, these people you're seeing here are not part of this action. Previous actions, you can see they're bringing out factory farmed animals. That the concept is that when you see suffering and animals in distress, you have a legal right to go in and take them out, just as you would be hailed as a hero if you saw a dog in a hot car dying and you broke the window. That is the concept behind open rescue. And there is an attempt in these legal proceedings that follow open rescue and people getting arrested like Wayne Shung to make the case, even if they're convicted, particularly upon appeal, to say we have a right to rescue. What we did is legal. So I want to introduce one of our co-hosts here and my executive producer, Wednesday, Velez Mitchell, and she is a Beagle mix. And I think she is a testament to the fact that Beagles are the most docile dogs, and that's why they're used for experimentation. She's been sitting on my lap for a couple of minutes now, right? I also have a Jack Russell who would last about 5 seconds. So this is why they use Beagles in animal testing, because they are so docile. And instead of appreciating their docile nature, they use that as leverage to experiment on them. And that is truly, truly, truly heartbreaking to me as the mother of a Beagle mix. All right, Mick, thank you, Louis. We appreciate you. Maybe we get back to the scene of the confrontation or the standoff between the activists and the governor's office. Can you head back that way?
I can, but I need to tell you that my phone is struggling right now. So I'm going to log off and log back on in just a half a minute.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Mick Davudian. Doing an amazing job out there. Lindsay, wow. What you and I have covered this for years. Lindsay, by the way, is a board member of our nonprofit. Unchained TV is a 501c3 nonprofit news network for animal rights and the vegan lifestyle. You can download us for free as an app on any cell phone. You can watch us online at unchained.tv, and you can also get us on any TV with a streaming device. Unchained TV is live on my Samsung TV behind me right now, actually playing yesterday's video. So, so many people are saying this is a moment in animal rights history. I do believe that's true.
Yes. I mean, I can only speak for the past 10 years that I've been involved. I started in 2016. That's when I went vegan. I saw the dog meat trade. I was asked by a friend to go to some events, and I saw videos. And when I made the connection, I already was on my journey. I already wasn't eating animals, but I was still vegetarian. But it was a journey for me. I mean, this is right there. And right now, look at what we're doing to dogs. We, not us personally, but we're allowing it. And I was looking even at all of the people that are, my heart goes out to those policemen. I was thinking how scared they might be standing there, 2 of them, and they know there was like probably
they're not scared. They know that these activists are nonviolent. They're nonviolent. Never in the history. Let me finish. I'm sorry, but never in the history of the animal rights movement has anybody been so much as injured yesterday by Saturday by the police.
Were you at the event on Saturday? Were you exposed to tear gas?
I know that, but when there's a crowd and they don't know, it is scary. That's all I'm saying. If they don't know and there's a crowd.
Yeah. All right. Well, I respect the authorities. They're just those police officers standing in front of the governor's office. They're just doing their jobs. They're not really part of this.
Right.
They don't have the authority to go in there and say, hey, governor, come on out. It's the governor's responsibility to come out or send a representative to talk meaningfully to these people. They probably have am I boring you? All right, let's go back out to the
Hi,
scene.
Jane.
What's happening?
Hi, Jane. I have Robert Yamada. He is a Buddhist monk, and he's been here from day one when the action began on Saturday. And I'm going to have you just talk to him, ask him questions.
Well, as a monk, I wonder what you think of the police response to the activists who tried to rescue the dogs on Saturday.
Yeah, I think it is absolutely horrific. As a monk, I stand for nonviolence, of course. I believe that the activists acted nonviolently. I didn't see any activists on site acting violently at all. In fact, they wanted only to preserve life, to prevent more suffering, and in response was, police brutality. I think I've heard the sentiment, of course, from the opposition, trying to say that we were criminals, but that doesn't make any sense. What criminals go walking directly into a police line, risking harm? What criminals show up at the Capitol, proudly telling everybody what we had done, and that we, only want freedom from suffering for these Beagles?
Do you see this as a breakthrough moment for animal rights?
I'm sorry, it's very loud. I didn't catch that.
Jane, would you ask again one more time?
Do you see this as a breakthrough moment for animal rights, the movement in general?
Do you see this as a breakthrough moment for animal rights?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is going to be a moment in history that we all look back at as where we gather max amount of momentum that we can carry on to all animals. And I think what we're seeing here today is truly historical.
So where do what does the average American take away from this? The average American who's eating pigs and cows and chickens and turkeys and lambs, do you think this would cause them to look at the dogs on their laps or on their couch and say, wow, maybe I have to rethink my lifestyle, my diet?
I think that's a great question. And I do think actions like this are extremely important for people to start thinking about that. We have so many people here who are still consuming animals. We have a lot of people who we were literally side by side trying to rescue beagles who might have had a chicken breakfast that morning. And those people are now thinking about their choices a little bit differently. They see that there is a better way to move forward consistently so that we can not only free the beagle, but free chickens and free cows and free them all. And I really think that this action is so important because of that, because they're beagles, because they're dogs that almost every American connects to. They are now starting to see, how all beings are suffering. And that is, the message I think all of us are trying to expose here.
I look at it as the law of unintended consequences. The powers that be wanted to shut it down, and all they did was basically give you guys a bullhorn.
Yeah, Jane, my opinion is, as I mentioned to you earlier, I think the sheriff made a big judgment call that was the wrong call for them. Because no matter what they did, no matter how many police officers they got there on Saturday or Sunday, as the original date was supposed to be, they were going to be greatly outnumbered by the number of people that had signed up to be participating in the action. There were 2,000 plus people who had registered, and I believe they have about at most 300 or 400 police that they could have had. So I think he made a call. He did not want to appear weak and be seen for a second time in, having people breach the perimeter and make it to the buildings where the dogs are being held prisoner. So I think he made the judgment call. The only way he could stop that from happening, stop the activists from going beyond the fence line to the buildings, was to use rubber bullets and tear gas. I mean, he knows no human being can fight against tear gas, right? So he made that call to win the day, and I think he lost beyond the day.
I think what he did, the sheriff did that day, was he literally protected and defended criminals. The real criminals on that side was Ridgeland. They have been cited for these criminal violations to these dogs. And so what the sheriff did that day was use his entire force to protect the criminals. And that's what I think that the public needs to see. And I think that's what makes the public so angry, is that why is our police force literally protecting criminals right now?
I have the clip of the sheriff announcing what he was going to do. I'm going to play it. It's very short, and then you can respond.
Dane County community. I'm your Dane County Sheriff Calvin Barrett, and I'm here to provide an update on an event that we've been made aware of that's going to be taking place this weekend in Dane County, Wisconsin. An outside animal activist group has organized and planned a protest and intentional break-in of private property at the Ridgeland Farms facility in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. The event is scheduled for this Sunday, April 19th, and will be taking place again in our Blue Mounds community. But we have to draw a decisive line between peacefully protesting and disagreeing and violently breaking into a facility, damaging property, and stealing private property forward. Our sheriff's office will be there on site to ensure that people can exercise their First Amendment rights. But when people start breaking in and breaking the law, we have to intervene to keep and maintain the peace.
So what I hear there is he's looking at the dogs as private property owned by Ridgeland, period, end of story. What would you say to him to educate him on that issue?
I mean, I would immediately want to, ask whether or not, like, causing physical, possibly life-threatening harm to folks out there justifies protecting property. Does possibly killing somebody out here, does that ever justify, is that ever justified just to protect, properties? First off, that it is completely unwarranted to come out there with tear gas and rubber bullets just to protect property. We know of very many instances where police will give up a police chasing a vehicle because it becomes too dangerous, because they don't want, even the people fleeing from the police in a possibly a stolen car. They don't want them to hurt anybody else. They don't want them to hurt themselves. So they'll give that up because the property is not worth human life. So I think the sheriff is completely in the wrong by his escalation of force just on those reasons alone. And then secondarily, obviously, we all know that these dogs are absolutely not property. They're living, sentient beings, and what we're doing to them is wrong. Historically, we have seen over and over sentient beings gaining their rights. And so I think we're all going to look back on this in the future and see that our enslavement of non-human beings has always been, the wrong, and feel very ashamed for what we've done to them.
Yeah,
and Jane, Jane, in the past, in Wayne's and Paul's trial, we heard an analogy made by one of the prosecuting attorneys. Remember, I think they talked about a dented can of bees or something, equating them to animals, sentient beings. We all know how absurd that was, and obviously the jury felt it was absurd, so they lost the case. So I would say to the sheriff, that's the analogy I would make. If you take a can of beans, that's a thing. Whether it's on the outside or inside a building, that's a thing. If you take a dog and you free them on the outside, or you put them in a cage inside a building, that animal will remain a sentient being. It does not change their status. Absolutely. So he is absolutely dead wrong. And if he were to replace his dog with one of those dogs, he would completely do a 180 degrees rather, and change his mind on the spot if he was his dog.
I have the clip of that prosecutor comparing living beings to a can, and that was an unsuccessful argument and resulted in acquittal. I'm going to play it. It's a very short clip.
Analyze for just a moment the reasoning being demonstrated here tonight
I think it's clear that the pigs were stolen, they were taken, and they were not returned. In fact, Mr. Shung stated he didn't want to return. That's that. Imagine the use of the word rescue in some other context. Suppose you were in the grocery store and you saw a can with dents in it, and you thought to yourself, oh my goodness, that can has a dent. It has the potential of going bad. I better rescue that can, put it in my purse, take it out of the store. Or imagine you're at DQ, you see dripping ice cream cone up there that the clerk just put on the counter. Oh dear, that cone is dripping off the side. I better take it so that it doesn't make a mess on the floor.
So that was the argument, comparing pigs in that case to cans, and the jury rejected it. And after, a juror said they were offended by his comparison of pigs to cans or a cone.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a bad judgment call, obviously, on the part of that attorney. And I think the same way we've seen one after another bad judgment calls on behalf of the executives involved in Rigid Farm, the sheriff, and on up to the governor's office. I think they're all going to be regretting all their decisions leading up to today.
You know what? We also have Wayne Shung, who was the person being prosecuted and representing himself during that trial, which I believe is happening in Utah, where he rescued some pigs and documented what was happening inside a giant pig breeding facility. Very similar kind of situation, except that it involved pigs. And here was his successful a snippet, 1 minute snippet of his successful closing argument. As you watch this, please know that Wayne Shung is in jail right now. He is the leader, the global leader of the open rescue movement, and he was the organizer and lead for this whole event in Wisconsin, and was arrested right at the start of the attempted rescue. Basically, they decided to take out the leader to basically kneecap the rescue.
I wish I could tell you the full story of what happened. We were on very direct orders to talk only about the night of March 7th, 2017, only about 2 pickets. But it's an interesting thing hearing someone as compelling as Juan, and he's a very compelling speaker, talk about what's in your heart in a way that you know is not true, and it's not. And honestly, the best way to explain it is the way Rick explained it, that there's a big difference between stealing an animal and trying to help someone who needs some help. And
I think that's the bottom line. The bottom line in all of this is that he's saying there's a big difference between stealing an animal and trying to help somebody who needs help. And in this case, the somebodies are animals.
All blacks. And the sheriff knows that very well. I mean, as a sheriff, obviously he's been in law enforcement for years and years. And we have many of us who aren't in the trenches day in, day out. We've seen many instances on the news where the police will go to, for example, a house on fire, and you see the police and the fire rescue and the officials break down doors and windows to get animals out. And they actually immediately give them resuscitative assistance. And so they clearly know that breaking down doors and windows and locks, which clearly causes property damage, is not considered illegal in those instances.
What's happening upstairs? There's a lot of chanting. Should we go up there and find out what's happening?
It's just right behind us. It's not even upstairs. It's right behind us. Robert, thank you so much. Any final questions for Robert before we head there?
No, we appreciate your time, Monk. I don't know if there's a special word we're supposed to use to call you, but Mr. Monk, how about that? Mr. Monk?
He says Robert is fine. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So Jane, it's not upstairs. It's literally in the back of us. I have to step away so that we can actually have a conversation because it does get very loud at times.
Maybe we can go there and see what's happening as we bring people up to date. As you walk, we'll bring people up to date. I mean, this is massive.
And keep fingers crossed that my system stays on because I believe it is overheating.
Yes. Okay. Well, we've got to get some of the other our other reporters who are there to go live and not put it all on you. So there it is. They're still outside the Wisconsin governor's office. This is a standoff that has gone on for hours now. The they say they're not going to leave until somebody from the governor's office dialogues with them.
The 22-hour drive out here. My sister's Tacoma. It's all ready to haul dogs home. That's what we were planning to do. We were on the red team, just planning to go in, bring some dogs out, and I had my cat backpack that I was going to carry a dog out in, and we were going to head home. We've got people all along the way that have already are asking to foster them. We got to the wall, the gate, and immediately, there was a hole in the gate, and of course I wanted to see if I could fit through, and immediately had the tall guy with the gas mask on, all in black, put something on my face, and it poured right down my face. So I spent the entire day in medical because it was in my lungs, down my body, everywhere. And Nick carried me to safety where the nurses applied saline in my eyes, saline rinse and ointment on my face and hands for about 4 hours. And then Craig, the EMT, finally held me down and poured saline in my eyes, held my eyes open, and I was finally able to see. Ended up in the hospital because I couldn't stop throwing up, and got my second round of tear gas in my shower when I went to shower myself, and I felt like I had been hit again. So I spent an hour with that. And last night I spent it throwing up because there's something now going on with the lungs. But I wouldn't voluntarily get that done again, but it was definitely worth it. And if I can take home a dog, I might do it voluntarily.
So, Jane, there you heard it. Somebody was here and they were ready, I believe she said, with her sister, with a van to take dogs to safety. And as she explained, before she could even make it to the perimeter, through the perimeter, she was pepper sprayed and spent the majority of the day on Saturday in medical care. And then she explained even later that night when she tried to take a shower, it felt like she was dosed again a second time because water reactivates pepper spray, from what we understand.
Wow. Very dramatic stuff happening here. I want to also play 1 second. Let's just watch what's happening.
Can't hear you, you're muted.
What an extraordinary series of events. I mean, this is unlike anything that's ever happened. We are streaming globally around the world. People are saying they're watching from all over different parts of the world. And I want to show a little bit of what has made so many people so upset. And that is the brutality by the law enforcement in that area against the activists, as the activists on Saturday attempted to rescue the remaining 2,000 dogs from the Ridgeland Beagle breeding facility. All right. So, all right. Well, wow. We are going to continue our live coverage. Right now, I'll just be totally transparent. We've been live now, well, across all the days, and I'm playing a couple of days ago. We've been live for more than 20 hours covering this situation, and we're going to remain live. But some batteries are being recharged, and we will be live from the scene again in a couple of minutes. But here's Mick again. Wow, he's back. Mick, amazing, because you're the only person left to go live. So keep going live for the next 20 minutes until Michelle can replace you.
Yeah, I will do my best. My phone
Yes.
is completely overheated, so it may
Yes.
die without any control.
I got it. But it seems very quiet there, which is unusual. Usually,
I had to go to the hallway. I'm going back in, but they're talking, so I won't be able to speak.
That's all right. We'd love to hear what they have to say. Thank you. Great job. Great job.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
And thank you to all of the medical people. The medical people did a wonderful job. I saw so many people, even if you're not medically trained, so many people running to others in the face of tear gas. They were going right into the tear gas because they saw somebody falling down on their hands and knees, picking them up, helping them get to a medical person, and then all of the medical people who were there tending wounds, bandaging, flushing eyes. I don't know how there was so much saline there. We didn't even know there was pepper spray and tear gas. There was so much saline, and just the amount of aid that I saw being given to complete strangers from complete strangers. It was a beautiful thing to witness in a very ugly situation. Thank you all.
No. Where are you from?
I'm from Texas, but live in Brooklyn.
Short. I want to just remind everybody what all of this name of. It's in the name of terrible science. It's a disgrace on real science. We're not dogs. We're not rats. We're not rabbits. We're human beings, and we respond differently to things. This is all in the name of bad science. It's all in the name of money, and it's terrible to see. And the second thing I want to say to Evers and to everybody in a position of power, when you choose silence, you choose the side of the oppressor.
I'm Radhika from California and Amulya's mom. So I'm the drama queen IC's mom. So I love all animals and I believe in collective energy a lot. And I feel this fight is not just for the dogs, it's for the compassion. Basically, if people are doing so horrible things to dogs, it closes their heart and it cannot be open for other humans too. So I feel this is really about compassion. And as she was saying, I think yesterday we could see the ultimate cruelty and, the power and other side. We see so much love. It was so heartwarming to see everybody doing that for dogs and everybody helping each other. And I think the authorities now, they have the chance to stand with compassion instead of the power and the greed. So I hope they do take the right decision.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name's Max. I've been doing animal activism for a few years now, but Ridgeland was the first time I've done an action that was so direct. And while it didn't go the way we wanted it to do, while I was out on what felt like a battlefield, I felt so much solidarity and affection for friends that I've met throughout the animal rights community all over the country, showing up on this field. And everywhere I turned, I would see a new face that I recognized. And it was so uplifting to be there with everyone, fighting for the well-being of creatures who can't fight for themselves. And if there's one thing I could express from this action to people who might be watching, it's that any sentient being has the capacity to feel, they have the capacity to form relationships, and they want to live their lives. And I so desperately want to get these 2,000 beagles out And in freeing them, I hope we can show the world that every animal that's suffering in labs, in factory farms, all over the world, we can stop doing it. We have the opportunity to evolve away from treating animals as objects, and instead we can treat them as companions. Governor Evers, there's two paths in front of you. One of them leads to a place where we say torturing animals is fine and we look away. The other path leads to a world where we choose peace, where we choose companionship, and we can make a world that's 10, 100, 1,000 times better than the one we live in now. And that starts with treating the weakest creatures among us with dignity and respect. And this is such a, I think, turning point moment for the people who care about animals. The eyes of people who care about animals are on Wisconsin. Governor Evers has the chance to take a step of leadership and show the world that moving towards a world of peace can happen here and now in Madison, Wisconsin. And that's a crazy thing. Who would have thought that this would be the place? But I feel that this is the place, and that's why I took on felony risk to help these dogs. Even though I knew it meant I could lose my job, I could be in prison for who knows how long, it's because I believe that this is a turning point. And although we haven't seen the result yet, I don't think that means that this can't be a turning point. We've seen how the violence that was perpetrated against us has galvanized people all over the country and the world. And let's take that energy and direct it towards getting these dogs out and then towards liberating all animals in every industry.
Hi, I'm not a public speaker by any means. I'm a Dane County resident. My name is Dawn Eberhardt. I have two Beagles here. I have Charlie, who's 7 years old, who introduced me to all of this that was going on at Ridgeland. He's not from Ridgeland. He comes from a really pampered background. Gracie here, we adopted a little over a year ago. She was a lab research Beagle, and I wanted to talk about some of the trauma that these dogs go through because I've witnessed it for the last over a year now. Gracie is doing great. Everybody loves her. She loves people. It's actually quite shocking to me that she does love people. Everyone she meets, she's met the Dane County Board of Supervisors. She's been on TV here. She is a wonderful dog, but she came to us not being able to eat. She was suspicious of food. She was scared of everything she heard. She was underweight. Gracie was spinning in circles. She's still working on mastering stairs right now. But I was also there the first time that she saw the moon and the stars. We went outside the first week. And every day after that, she would look to the sky when we would go outside. So I watched her discover that. That meant a lot to me. That meant that she is a sentient being. She does feel and see. And I have not brought her up here today. She would have been a little scared. But I wanted to represent her by being here. And even though I'm not a public speaker, I wanted to give her story too. There are so many people that will take these dogs. I am absolutely appalled at Governor Evers. I can't even believe, as a Wisconsin resident, a Dane County citizen, or resident of Dane County, that he won't even come out and talk to us. That's appalling. That's weak. That looks horrible. And I'm beyond shocked and appalled at his behavior. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Noelle. I'm also a Dane County resident, and we just witnessed the biggest animal rights movement that we've ever known. And we also witnessed the ugliest parts of humanity, but also the most beautiful parts of humanity. And let's not forget that we all showed up out of love, out of compassion, out of knowing what is right. And they have no other option but to see what we did was out of love. We were peaceful. I had witnessed people I was close with, people I loved, being dragged to the ground by two police officers. Her hands were raised. She was nonviolent. She meant no harm. And they dragged her to the ground. They dragged me away while I tried to grab water to pour into my comrades' eyes while they were being pepper sprayed and tear gassed. They would not support that, and we were let down. I reminded them that they took an oath. They took a vow to protect the innocent, and they let us down. He is letting us down. Evers is letting us down, and he has to hear this. He has no other choice. Thank you.
I don't know if you can see this, but sorry, this has been an emotional weekend. This is my dog, Ginny. I carry a picture of her wherever I go. She has a personality, she has a name, and she's a someone. A something can be bought and sold for profit. You can do whatever you want with a something. A someone cannot be bought and sold for profit. A someone has rights, and you cannot harm them however you want. Ridgeland is guilty of criminal, felony, animal abuse, systemic for years, and nobody has done anything. I saw the pictures on March 15th, and that's what inspired me to come today. What I saw was beautiful. I saw a lot of activists, a lot of people who weren't activists, peacefully trying to rescue dogs that were being criminally abused and in imminent danger. Bodily harm is something that can happen to a someone. These animals are experiencing imminent danger and bodily harm. I also saw the most violence I have ever seen in my life. I got tear gassed, and I never thought I would say I felt so lucky just to get tear gassed. I saw people a lot braver than me. I saw grandmas. I saw every type of person doing unbelievable acts of courage that I couldn't even imagine, and I saw them get wrecked by the police violence. Wrecked. I saw them spray pepper spray at point blank range, and when they turned to cover their face, I saw them reach around and then continue to spray them in the face. Every type of person. And I felt shocked, but I felt also grateful that I bore witness to that. And I was so sad that we didn't get a single dog, but I felt grateful to be there. And I know my fiance, she works as a child psychiatrist, and she hears some awful stories, and she comes home at night, and I sometimes ask her how she deals with it. And she says, you do the best that you can, and then that's all you can do. And that's kind of what gives her a clean mind. And what I saw yesterday was beyond the best that people could, that we could. We tried to rescue those dogs, and I really hope that we end up rescuing them in some other fashion. I hope the governor, I hope the powers that be will release those dogs. Thank you.
Jeff Termini, I spoke before. I guess I'm becoming a regular at this. So but I wanted to say that, when I caught tear gas and pepper spray and it burned, now I know what it's like to be in combat, to be in pain, I thought I was dying, but they kept saying it's going to pass, but it just burns the eyes, it burns the face. And I was a mess. And when I went in the car going home, my face was on fire. My neck was on fire. I felt that I was disfigured. Felt like I was burning up. And then when we got home, as time passed, I took a shower. Of course, I made the mistake of touching my eyes. And I was blinded in the shower for I don't know how long. In intense pain. I thought, am I going to go blind or what? And it's like, talk about police brutality. This was the epitome of police brutality. Do you hear that, Mr. Governor? I'm not from your state, but you really should listen to all this, and you need to make a choice, okay? Again, right now, there's dogs that don't need to be there. They don't need to be suffering. And you really ought to do something. You really ought to do something.
Do something.
And
the sheriff of Dane County just made a video condemning violent outsiders for breaking the law by rescuing dogs from Ridgeland Farms. And this might be the craziest thing I've heard from law enforcement in my 20 years of being a lawyer. Let's unpack why. First, the sheriff's views on violence at Ridgeland. This is a company that has cut the vocal cords out of dogs, held them down and injected them with rabies, and just killed them because it decided it did not want to waste money feeding them. But under the sheriff's view, all totally non-violent. In contrast, a young animal activist holding stuffed animals and flowers? Oh my God, the violence. Second, the sheriff's views on breaking the law at Ridgeland. A Dane County judge issued an order indicating that any reasonable prosecutor would conclude that Ridgeland broke the law. The Department of Agriculture, not usually an ally to animal activists, concluded that Ridgeland violated the law over 300 times by surgically mutilating dogs. But to the sheriff? Nope, not lawbreaking, because he has a completely made-up legal theory that Ridgeland is exempt from the animal cruelty laws as a teaching facility. But does this look like a school? So Sheriff, with all due respect, of course you believe we are breaking the law, because you're living in a legal fantasy world. So what's really going on? Well, it's called regulatory capture. Agencies that are supposed to serve the public serve powerful interests instead. And it's happening here, with the government supporting armed thugs against grandmas holding flowers and trying to rescue dogs. What do we do about it? Well, I wrote about this in a 2023 piece in the Harvard Law Review. But sometimes the only way to make change is to be the change ourselves, by going around corrupt politicians and taking direct action. And that's what we're going to do. If the politicians won't rescue the dogs, we will. And the people will support us.
That this is to help people. It's not. It's purely for money. And I was not sprayed directly in the face yesterday, but like other people are saying, it reactivates all day. It's in your hair and your eyelashes, and even with my hair tied back, it kept blowing my hair into my eyes and re-stinging over and over and over, and were holes. And I just kept telling myself, like, we can consciously say, this is going to end. It's temporary. Those beagles, they've never known any type of comfort. That's their whole life, and I can't even imagine what that's like for them. So we need to stop this.
You are looking at the beagles in question. And we've played that already. So thank you, Lindsay, for undoing that, unplug that. And we're going to go back to what's happening. Thank you.
Right? And I think there's such truth to that. What we decide to do with these dogs doesn't just have to do with the dogs, it has to do with us. It has to do with who we are as species, who we are as humanity. And it goes beyond these dogs too. To all of the animals of this earth, the most vulnerable creatures, our fellow creatures, the way we treat them says a lot about who we are as a species. When we see the vulnerable, do we lock them in cages? Do we experiment on them for our own benefit? Do we split their throats and eat their body parts? At present, the answer is yes. And humanity is failing one of its greatest moral tests. Rather than protect the vulnerable, we are abusing them on an unfathomable scale. And future generations will come to see our treatment of animals as one of the greatest atrocities in human history. I know that with such confidence. Yeah. And so it goes above and beyond Ridgeland Farms, and it comes back to who we are as a species. But the reason that I'm willing to risk so much for this movement is because I believe that we're better than this. I know that we can become a better, more compassionate, humane species. Right now, I'm facing felony charges for rescuing an animal from a factory farm. This is an animal I found emaciated, who probably would have ended up dead if not for my efforts. And as a result of that, I lost my job offer at a large law firm. I have my family who's so very upset and worried about me every day. And I just graduated from Berkeley Law 2 years ago. And that's what I'm facing now for trying to rescue one of these animals.
Thank you.
Thank you. But I'm willing to take those risks because I believe in us. I'm not out here doing this because I hate the owners of Ridgeland Farms. I'm not here because I despise factory farm executives. I'm here because I love them. Truly, I love them. And I believe in every single one of us that we have that compassion within our hearts. And I believe that it's these sacrifices that we are making right now that will show the rest of humanity that there is an alternative. It doesn't have to be abuse and harm. We can be the stewards of these creatures, not their abusers. And we will make that dream a reality.
The standoff has gone on for hours now. We are live covering animal rights history in the making. These activists have vowed to remain at the Wisconsin governor's office until somebody from the governor's office speaks to them.
But I am so happy that I came. I was wanting to leave yesterday, but I'm so glad I came because I went to the vigil and it was giving me a lot of closure and got me a lot of empathy around amazing, strong humans. I'm so grateful for each and every one of you that are so brave and risk their lives. And even though I have traumatic experiences with that, I also gained so many good humans in my life. And I just remember just getting all of us together and just loving on each other. And that's how we can defeat these creepy people. We can just love each other, and that's what this fight is about, is loving and experiencing that. And I hope that these animals can get free from these cages. Yeah, I love all of you, and I'm so grateful for all of you.
Hi, my name's Allie. I'm a Wisconsin resident. Unfortunately, it was very sad to see that right away, before we even showed up to the farm, that they painted it as us versus them, when it was never about us. It was about the dogs. And I guarantee you, if anything had happened where someone from the Ridgeland family, the owners, workers, if they were getting tear gas, pepper spray, I would have helped them, just like I helped everyone else that was out there. Sorry. Yeah, it sucks. And Tony Evers, you are letting down your voters. You are letting down Wisconsin residents who voted for you.
You're letting down.
Hi, my name is Aaliyah. I'm a Milwaukee resident, and I went there with Xavier and my mom, who is 55 years old. We went there planning to be nonviolent. We were practicing for weeks, talking with our groups, ways to be nonviolent, and planning on getting all these Beagles out. Everyone was so ready to go, and when we got there, it was just complete like war in a sense. And my mom and I and all of us got pepper sprayed in the face, and she was only defending actually Curly, who got kneed in the face after he attempted to get inside the fence. They kneed him multiple times, and they did not stop, even though we begged the police to stop. With no weapons, no reason to be knocking someone out unconscious. No reason. So when we went back to the vigil the next day, it was a little traumatizing to go back. And it was sad to think that I was feeling that way when there's dogs that never get out. They never see grass. They never see the sky. They never get to live a normal life like regular dogs should be living. And it's just unfair to see, and we're not going to stop until.
So we are here live, and we're listening to the different speakers. I think someone else is coming up shortly. They're referring back to the incredible violence against the people that came in to rescue the dogs on Saturday. And right now we see a number
Yeah,
of
I'll
people
just say
that are
something
sitting.
else. Since
Go ahead.
Evers apparently doesn't want to listen to us, and he's scared back there. I don't even know who's back there, but he's got all these cars here, makes him stand out here and just hang out all day. And he's too scared to come out and talk to us, or we could send his spokesperson out here to talk to us. Since he's not listening, I'll just address all of you and just how full my heart is seeing all of the courage that happened on that day. It is the best of us. So when I was arrested and I was taken in, we could hear cheers happening. We were held on the inside of the facility and we didn't know what was going on. But we knew that you guys were still out there fighting because we could hear you. And we were getting lifts every time there was some cheer. We didn't know what was going on. We were hoping Beagles were getting out. So later, when I saw footage of all of you and I saw how all of you stood together, took care of each other, there's so much dramatic footage of people with injuries, but people caring for each other. I want to say another thing. That's beautiful. I also want to say, historically, in the animal rights movement, we've had big moments before. There was the Shack campaign, where the government came down and cracked down on activists and sent many of them to prison, a handful of them actually, to prison. And they did serious time. Some of them got 6 years. After that happened, the movement got scared. I wasn't a part of it, but this is what I was told, that the movement got scared. People were afraid to hold up signs on the side of the road for a long time. We cannot let that happen. I don't care if they bring charges against me. I'm ready. And I know a lot of you guys are ready, but I know it is scary. And I'm really inspired by Taj, wherever Taj went. Yes, Taj. Thank you. And so many of my friends who put themselves on the line. And by the way, Taj just mentioned he's got a lot to lose because he's just gotten his law degree. Now he's going to be dealing with all of this. And it's an honor, isn't it? It's an honor because those Beagles need us. But I just want to make sure that everybody knows that when people get charges, if people go to prison for a long time, the best thing that you can do for those people is to keep fighting and to fight louder. And I'm so inspired by the words of Zoe Rosenberg, who has also been here. By the way, Zoe rescued chickens. You know, we knew when we rescued those Beagles that the public was probably going to be on our side. And you could just look at the social media. You saw like what, 99% of the comments were all like, heroes, rescuers. I saw Zoe post on her social media just like a few weeks ago to say that she was appealing her conviction for rescuing Beagles. And it was like 60-40, positive, negative. So many comments of like, you did the crime, well, do the time. Zoe rescued chickens, knowing that she was going to be up against it, knowing that the public was going to have to see the humanity in a chicken. Well, I have said this before to activists. The thing that defeats activists is infighting. So we're going to look at this event that ultimately we didn't get any Beagles out, but this is still moving the needles. And we're going to parse it to death, right? We're going to go over this could have been done or that could have been done. I am so proud of all of you, but we cannot let infighting destroy our movement. And I've said this before, all of us here, we can look in the eyes of a chicken or a Beagle and see that there's someone there. We need to look in the eyes of our fellow activists and also see that there's someone there. I love all of you. Thank you.
How y'all feeling? Great. So I've got some updates. We've been out here for, well, let me start with the Dane County Supervisors press conference that was announced for 3:30, where they're going to be announcing that they are launching an investigation into misconduct and unjustified use of force by the sheriff on Saturday at Ridgeland. That has been moved to online only. So we were saying that we were going to have a presence here for that, but the supervisors have decided they're just going to do that media only. So it's going to be live streamed. You're welcome to watch, but that was kind of something we were aiming towards 4 o'clock here. So with that, I think we've been out here for what, 5 hours? Someone tell me what time it is. I don't even know.
It's 2:30.
2:30. All right. We've been out, I think it's become clear at this point. Governor Evers' silence on this issue is deafening. There is no possible explanation for why nobody in his office still has made any comment on a crisis level situation happening in his state on his back door. So, message received, Governor Evers, and we understand it's still possible for Governor Evers to take the right side of this, and we still hope he will, and we're going to work to make that happen. So, one benefactor, a friend of mine, close friend of mine, who saw what happened on Saturday and was so moved by the sacrifices of everyone putting themselves into tear gas, into pepper spray over and over again, just in the hopes that on the slim chance that we could get some of these dogs out of that facility, was so inspired by your sacrifices and your courage. He just reached out yesterday and asked if we would be okay with him launching a TV ad campaign, putting Governor Evers on notice for tolerating 10 years of animal cruelty in his own backyard. Yeah, that's what I said too. So we're out here. We had press, lots of local press down in the rotunda up here earlier today. You heard the speeches from folks with the press conference. I heard some of the journalists standing there commenting with y'all in the background and giving the actual, their perspective on it. And it was as positive as it possibly could have been. Exactly what we're trying to say. These are regular people. They're from Wisconsin, but there's other people who've traveled from all over the place because they care so much about these dogs, nonviolent, got tear gas, and they're just asking the governor to say anything about it. And he won't do it. And he's hiding behind these police officers. He's hiding behind these closed doors. So we've got so much momentum behind us right now. This is working. TV ads about abusing dogs in your backyard for a governor, that's like the worst nightmare you could have for an elected official. So that we're turning up the heat, and we've got the wind at our back.
Jane, you're muted. I can't unmute you.
Thank you. Yes, I was saying I was munching on a candied almond when that went down. We've been on the air for 5 hours now. The standoff at the governor's office continues. All of this has been going on so long that every single one of our reporters' batteries has died, even though they had backup batteries. We have another reporter with a backup battery racing to the scene, but we are going to stay live and essentially bring you this historic moment in animal rights history. And why is it so historic? People of all backgrounds are coming together, okay? People of all backgrounds are coming together. We're talking about Democrats. We're talking about Republicans. We're talking about liberals, conservatives, old people, young people, Black, white, Latino, Asian, from far away, from England, and from down the block, all of them together, uniting in one belief that dogs are not mere property, that dogs are sentient beings. And when we become outraged, for example, seeing this, the dog meat trade in Asia, we also have to look in the mirror and ask ourselves, what are we as a society doing to dogs and other sentient beings? I have to point out that pigs are smarter than dogs. Intelligence shouldn't be the only criteria. But just for the record, pigs are considered the fifth smartest mammal on the planet. And what we do to them is unconscionable. So while the standoff at the governor's office continues, and while we regroup to get supplies, I think over the past 3 days, we've gone live something like 30 hours. And we understand that these activists are refusing to leave the governor's office. We also ask you to remember that at this moment, there are pigs in crates the size of their bodies, unable to turn around to even scratch themselves. Animals who go mad. They go mad chomping at the bars because they are, well, what would you think, right? If you did this to a dog for one day, if the dog was a pet, you'd be charged with animal cruelty. But they do it to billions of animals. I just ask everybody who's watching, if you are outraged at that, then please, it's a consumer decision at the end of the day. Don't eat animals. Don't wear animals. Don't buy a car with leather seats. Don't buy any product that is tested on animals. Only buy products that have the leaping bunny. Or you can go to Cruelty Cutter, which is an app that I have, and I just go like this on every product I buy, and it tells me whether it's cruelty-free or not. Because a lot of these tests that are being done on these dogs are being done for products for products, not for, oh, here we go. We got somebody else coming back. Michelle.
Until their bodies give out.
Okay, bring us up to date. What's happening? What's
The
happening?
state knew this was happening, and the citations have piled up. 311 violations formally charged last September. But DHCCP, the agency responsible for holding Ridgeland accountable, has been systematically starved by Republicans in the legislature.
Keep it steady.
This is what happens when politicians and corporate lobbyists gut the agencies meant to protect us. And now 2,000 animals are caught in a crisis the state should have been able to prevent. As governor, I will fully fund the agencies responsible for enforcement, and I will make sure a facility like Ridgeland never operates in the shadows of state inaction again. These animals deserve better. I'm calling for a real transition plan for the Ridgeland dogs immediately. Today, otherwise she would have been here with us. And she originally posted that last paragraph on social media, and someone sent it to me last night, sent a picture like, this is the leading candidate. And I read the first sentence: as governor, I will fully fund the agencies responsible for enforcement. And I was like, oh, this is going to be some, talking about the police. And she's, no, she's talking about enforcement against Ridgeland, right?
Who is this? Who is talking?
I believe he's one of the lead, and he has
I
a
know
lot
who
of.
he is. I know who he is. I'm saying, who is he talking about? Who's making this statement?
Cruelty laws against
It's really hard to
at
hear.
the corporate level. That is unprecedented.
We'll find out. We'll find out in a second. Don't worry. Everybody watching, we'll get the full story.
People talk about it in the press one way that you don't like. This is amazing what is happening. And again, it's going like this. We haven't even started slowing down. It is still speeding up. So keep at it. We just got to keep focused. We're doing the right thing. Everything we're doing is working. We're bringing in new friends, new allies. My friend is going to run these CV ads for us. This is going to be great. Okay, so tonight we're going to decompress a little bit. Tomorrow, our friends should be getting out of jail. 1:30, they have a bail hearing. I want to be honest with you. Yep. Wayne and Dean and Aditya and Mish were all out on bail from the March 15th action, which, first of all, that's just unbelievably brave. I mean, they were let out on bail. Bail basically means you better not get in trouble or we're going to throw you back in jail. And they went right back out and did the same thing again.
Yeah.
Hey, can we get a meeting? Someone in the office? She's picking up. Okay, sorry. Okay, we tried. What was I saying? I'm so sorry. Okay, so I think, probably Dean and Aditya and Meech, they might set cash bail. We might have to pay it. I'm not sure about Wayne. There's a chance that they're going to either set a really high cash bail or they're going to say that he needs to be kept in at this point. So we need to be there to support. I hope that they all get out, but I'm just not, I don't know, you want to tell me if I'm saying anything wrong here?
No, that's right. We're dealing with quite a bit of uncertainty. Last time Wayne got out on his signature bond, he signed his name saying he'll be back. Obviously this time could be different. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, Wayne's probably made it pretty clear to anyone inside the jail that if they let him back out, he's going to do basically the same thing again. So I don't know what, we had a conversation with some FBI agents, and if I had to guess, knowing Wayne, probably told them that to them too. So we're going to see what happens. We got to be there to support. Sorry? You can watch the hearing online. Yeah, so for folks who are online or who are traveling back home today or tomorrow morning, the hearing, you can watch online, but I'll be there in person, and I know a lot of us will be as well.
Can you say who issued a statement? You read a statement, and we were down. We just came.
The statement that I read was from Francesca Hong. She's a state representative in Wisconsin, and she's the leading candidate right now in the Democratic gubernatorial primary for 2026. So better odds than anyone else right now to be the next governor of Wisconsin.
Yeah. And what did she say again? Bottom line.
She said exactly what we're saying. She said Ridgeland's got to be shut down ASAP, and it's a criminal facility.
Got it. Thank you.
I am trying to remember. I think I had one more thing I need to tell you. Yeah. So we've been here, we've been going nonstop since Saturday morning. Many of us have been going nonstop since like Tuesday of last week, and that's not to mention all the weeks in between since March 15th and all that. So many of us haven't had a break in a long time. So we all need some time to decompress. A lot of folks have been asking me, how can I get involved? How can I get plugged in for what's going to come next? And I promise that's coming. Partly waiting on, hoping that Wayne will be back out tomorrow and can, is going to be in charge of guiding a lot of that. But if he's not, then we're going to get on top of it. We just need some time to sleep. But please watch all the channels we've been using. Watch WhatsApp. We've got, there's an email list. So everything I'm sure we're going to be restructuring our communication stuff. The WhatsApp channel filled up. We didn't know that there was a 2,000 person cap on a WhatsApp channel. We got 2,000 people for this campaign, so that was a problem. So we're gonna have to do something new there. We're figuring all that out probably midweek. So we've all just gotta catch up. Please stay tuned. First time was 150 people, whatever. Second time was 1,000, 1,500 people. So we're on track. We got to get 15,000 people here next time, right? Woo! So with that, thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. People can help pick up trash. Make sure we leave it clean.
So Mick, what do you think? Or Michelle? Okay.
Well, running in here, I was very hopeful, and I thought we were gonna sit in for maybe hours and hours, but to hear this is really great. I mean, all of these people, I was astounded by so many people are on the steps. I don't know if he showed you that. They're all around this area, and they're here for the Beagles. I was watching and monitoring as I was trying to edit some reels for Instagram, and I did a live right before I came in, and I was starting to tell everybody, and I could barely talk because I'm still recovering from my injuries from Saturday. This is the tear gas. It's a little better today, but look at this. Michael, hi. Let me talk to some people and see how they feel. Hold on.
Yes.
Yes. Michael, so we've spoken to you earlier. How do you feel about this news?
Which news? All of the positive news?
Yeah.
I feel hopeful. I don't want to get my hopes up too much, but it's really cool that we've gotten a lot of positive media coverage, and I'm hopeful that it'll turn into something meaningful for the dogs.
It's been a long haul for everybody. Like he was saying, it's been days and days.
Yeah.
How are your spirits right now?
They're good. I'm excited to eat some food and get some rest, but my spirits are pretty high. I feel like the action, even though we didn't get any dogs, was still successful in a lot of different ways. And so we'll just have to see what happens.
We're making animal rights history here, and you feel the momentum, you feel the energy in the air. What are you hearing from everyone else?
I think the same thing. I think there's a lot of positivity, a lot of hope with all of the positive media coverage between, left-leaning politicians and right-leaning figures. And it's cool. I heard somebody say, it's not a right or left issue, it's a right or wrong issue. And so it's really cool to see people from both ends of the spectrum kind of agree that animal cruelty is wrong. And we have laws against it. And if you violate those laws, you should be prosecuted, not the people who are trying to save the dogs. It's very simple, and it's cool that it's easy for people to understand.
Exactly. Jane always says the dogs are a gateway to compassion.
Yes, totally. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people have dogs and cats, and they can see there's no difference between their dogs and the dogs that are in the lab, right? They have just as much intrinsic value, and they care about their life just as much. And they also have personalities, and they can feel pain, and they can feel happiness, just like our dogs at home. So there's no reason we should be doing things to them that would be totally unthinkable and unspeakable to do to our own dogs. It makes no sense.
Absolutely. Wow. Thank you so much, Michael.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, wait.
Hello.
Jane has a question.
Oh, yeah.
Are you dispersing? What's happening?
Yeah.
Are you
we're
dispersing? What's happening?
I believe there's a social event at 7, and other than that, we're dispersing and we're going to rest and get food, and that's it.
So everyone's regrouping, Jane.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can get someone else in the movement and talk to them. But you see, so many people still here. Everybody is excited. Spirits are high. Oh, he spoke earlier. Hi, we're live again. I'm so sorry to bother you with Unchained TV. So how do you feel about what's going to happen in the next few days?
What's happening next?
The big thing happening.
Pardon? Say it again.
What's happening next? What is happening next? Are you staying? Are you leaving? No, you didn't.
I'm about to head out to the airport. Actually, I got to get back to my grandparents who I help take care of back home in Phoenix. But the big new development is tomorrow we got the bail hearings set for each of the 5 arrestees who are held in jail right now. That includes Wayne Shung. The bail hearing scheduled for 1:30 p.m. tomorrow. We'll see what happens. Last time, a month ago, Wayne got let out on a signature bond. That means he just signs his name and he gets to go home. This time, it's a month later and he just ran back the same thing. So we'll have to see if the judge is quite as generous. There's a decent chance they give him a high bail amount. Perhaps they say that he's got to stay in jail until the pendency of his trial concludes. They might hit him with ankle monitors. They might hit him with no contact orders. Any number of bail restrictions could be applied. But we're ready to argue against any and all of them, and we got a good legal team here. So we'll have to wait to see what unfolds tomorrow.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Oh, thank you. Okay, it's hard to hear you, so I'm gonna go. Ma'am, can I talk to you? Unchained TV, we're live. We're Unchained TV, we're live.
Yeah.
I just want to see how you feel about how everything's turned out.
Well, I think some of it is good, but I'm very disappointed in Governor Beagle.
Why are you so disappointed?
He should support what's going on with us instead of turning his back on everything.
Were you at Saturday's action?
Yes, I was, and it was very disturbing what was going on with the police.
Yes, I was telling everybody there's so many people there, all walks of life, and you have a walker. Let me just show you her walker. She walks
Steady it up, Michelle. Steady it up because.
Okay, so here's the walker that she used when the action was happening on Saturday to go up the dusty hill, the dirt hill at Ridgeland, and she's here again. You are nonstop.
I am. I'm 78 years old, and I'm not stopping till we get all 2,000 Beagles out.
Why do you think that if this is resonating for everyone?
I think because they all have a heart.
The Beagles.
Yes, and all of us have a heart. And I know the police officers do, but they can't help us. They can't help us at all.
Were you injured on Saturday?
No. The tear gas came toward me and a friend of mine, and we covered our faces and our eyes.
But,
and
go ahead.
that was terrible what they were doing to all of us. That's terrible.
Absolutely. I also got some tear gas, but I'm glad you stayed out of harm's way.
Oh, yes. I'm not going to stop till these Beagles are out. And they're safe. And they know we're trying to rescue them. They know. They're so happy when they hear our voices. So.
Yes, they're loving animals, and that's why they pick Beagles, because they're so docile.
Yes, and oh yes, I do. They're gonna help me.
So they're gonna help her down the stairs right now. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you so much. So the policemen here at the Capitol are gonna help her down because she's in a walker. She barely walk. I saw so many people like this in wheelchairs and walkers going up the dirt hill with assistance. So, as you were saying, we can't blame the individual officers. It's policy. It's their bosses. They can't make these decisions. Right, Jane?
Well, I think.
Let me just show you.
Yeah. So even though they're dispersing, some people continue to mingle.
Yes.
think it's not over. It's definitely not over. Tomorrow's bail hearing is going to be really, really big. So we have
Let me show you everybody exiting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to see if we can get a camera into that bail hearing.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
we can. Let me see. There's our colleague over there. Let me go around here and just show you such a beautiful building, but all of these areas were filled with people. Mick, we're live right now. What do you think about the outcome?
Honestly, I missed the outcome because I was trying to make sure we have our hotel room extended.
That's right. Because look,
Okay.
we are
So
staying
I
an
was on
extra
a
day.
call with the hotel trying to extend our hotel room, which I was successful. And now we're trying to figure out flights because we're
There's
gonna miss
going
our
to
flight.
be a
Yeah.
So I
hearing.
missed it. I don't know what happened.
Okay,
There's going to
so
be a hearing.
tomorrow at 11:30,
Yeah.
a bail hearing, 11:30 Pacific, 1:30 Central. Okay, I think we're going to sign off our
A
coverage
bail
now.
hearing for Wayne
Okay.
and the others.
Tell
Okay.
Mick we're going to
So Jane,
sign off.
I was just speaking with Aiden about that tomorrow. He said with the misdemeanor cases, the docket can go very fast, but I believe there are some felony charges against some of our activists, as well as, if I'm not mistaken, a conspiracy charge against Wayne. So those could take a long time. So I'm not sure it's something we want to cover live because the court may not even allow us to go live.
We would love to be a pool camera there providing live coverage of the bail hearing, but that obviously has to be approved by the court. And so we'll
Right.
have to see what happens, but suffice it to say that Unchained TV will stay on this story. You have been watching Animal Rights History. I want to just get final thoughts, first from you, Mick, and then from Lindsay. Your final thoughts today. Mick, your final thoughts. And I guess your final thoughts are silence. We have been going live for hours and everybody is drained and batteries are drained. So we're going to have to get those final thoughts in spirit. What's your final thought, Lindsay? Bye.
Bye, Mick. I don't know. As this unfolds, like I said before, it feels like I'm in a movie. You know, you can't write this kind of script. But I think it's all in. I'm very hopeful for what's going on. I see a lot of good coming out of this, and it's worthwhile. It's been hard, but we've been backing each other up. And I think that's general. Everyone is working together, coming together, and that's great to see. So,
Yes,
God willing, this will bring about some really good change for the dogs.
I would like to say that everybody, if you love animals, please download our streaming network, Unchained TV. You can get it right on your phone for free. It's an app, Unchained TV. And this video and all the other videos that more than 2,000 videos documenting the animal rights movement and the vegan movement in real time are on this. So please download this. You can also get it on your phone. If you could see behind me, there is Unchained TV on your TV playing. So it's on every Samsung TV and it's on every LG TV. So you go to your app store within your TV, it's free. You just put in Unchained TV, download it, and then make it one of your favorites right next to Netflix and Amazon Prime. So you can see all the videos we're putting out and you can be part of this movement. We are a 501c3 nonprofit. I'm the founder and president. Lindsay is the secretary or treasurer. I forget which one right now, but she's
I think I'm the treasurer.
You're the treasurer. We are all volunteers, both of us. We have thousands of people who have joined us because the media is not telling the real story about animal rights. You saw it today with your own eyes. People have to either get tear gassed, hit with rubber bullets, get arrested, or get naked to get mainstream media coverage. And it shouldn't be that way.
Terrible.
This is an important story that's been going on for at least a decade. This facility's been in operation for 60 years. The mainstream media is now covering it because activists got hit with tear gas and rubber bullets. This is why we created Unchained TV, so that fair coverage, fair media coverage on animal rights and veganism can happen. But we don't have the budget of a major network. We need people like you to share out. So when you download Unchained TV, you can literally text any of these videos to your friends, family, coworkers, neighbors, everybody you know. So when they say, no, they're not doing that, there's nothing happening to beagles, you can send them a video. And if people say, I want to go vegan, but I don't know how to do it, you can send them one of our thousands of, oh, look, I accidentally prayed. We have literally thousands of cooking videos, vegan cooking videos, every single thing that you want to make, whether it's bacon and eggs or lasagna, you can make vegan. So I urge everybody, download the Unchained TV app, go to your phone app store, Google Play or the App Store, download it. It's free, it's safe, it's a 501c3 nonprofit, and join our movement. Be part of Unchained TV. We need you. We can't do it alone. To make more animal rights history, we need everybody involved. Thank you for joining us. We'll keep you updated as this incredible history-making saga continues.
So it's a vegan Netflix. Okay, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. I love Unchained TV.
Unchained TV. Your life will change. It's just that easy.
Unchained TV has all sorts of content for everybody. Unchained TV changed my life. Unchained TV is crushing it. I love Unchained TV. Unchained TV is my go-to. Unchained TV. Who knew?
Unchained, baby.